Yo, what up, everybody? Guys, welcome back to One Africa Movement, One Africa Forum. Guys, appreciate you guys for stopping here. It's a beautiful day, and we're here. This is Swahili Nation. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. We're going to have a beautiful day today. Beautiful conversation, beautiful debate, beautiful lecture, however you call it. But one thing that I will tell you this is that, guys, whatever you are today, make sure that you have your pen, make sure that you have your paper, make sure you write it down, every single thing that we're going to be talking about today. So with all being said, we have 21 people already joined here right now. I want you guys to do this, all right? Copy this link right now. Copy this link and share with somebody out there. You cannot be here just you alone to come to enjoy what is about to happen here alone. Africans, we cannot be selfish. We must say no to selfishness. Selfishness. Okay? We must say no to that. So what you can do is copy this link, share with somebody out there. Right now. For 5 minutes, we have to be double 23, all right? Because I assume that you guys are sharing with somebody right now. Copy this link, share with somebody. Because what is happening here, right here in Swahili Nation, right here, what is happening, guys, I'm telling you guys, everybody need to listen, everybody need to see, everybody need to participate. One thing that I've realized, I've been moving around talking to my friends from all over the world right now, Africans. Guys, I realize that people, they don't know what's going on in Africa. Not only those who are living outside, but those who are here in Africa, they don't know what is going on in their country and in other countries. They don't know. Nobody knows what's going on in Africa. That's why we have a platform like this. Some people, they hate watching news. They don't like watching news, but here is the place where we update you guys what's going on. We update you what's going on, what's the current issues, and we talk about matters that means a lot to us that nobody else, no other place, they will talk about it. Not only that, but you guys, you have an opportunity to come, to participate, to raise your voice, to actually share your voice right here. Man, tell me where else you have that an opportunity and a chance to raise your voice, to say however long you want to say, whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you just come and share whatever you have. This is special. And because it's special, we cannot just have for some people. We need everybody to be involved. We need all Africans to be involved. East, West, North, South, Central, everywhere, we need them to be involved. We cannot be selfish, and we cannot just keep this to ourselves. It's just like those people who are afraid to come and to raise their voice. Guys, let me tell you this. You don't need to be afraid, because you have no idea your voice. Once you speak out, once you say something, you have no idea how many people will be impacted, how many people will be refreshed, how many people will be healed just because you came and you raised your voice. So one thing we have to do, Africans, we need to be together. Africans, we need to hold our hands together. Africans, we need to be selfless. Selfless. It doesn't matter of the color, whether you are your light skin color, whether you're dark skin color like me, whether you're chocolate, whether it doesn't matter what kind of color of skin you are, but you have to know this, that you're African. And because you're an African, we have to share these moments with one another. This is very important. We're standing for one Africa. We're standing for love, peace, and unity. That's what we're standing for. And that's what we're going to talk about. But today, we have an amazing topic to talk about. Let me say this again. Breaking prejudice. That's what we're going to talk about today. And you guys, you have no idea. We're going to have an amazing guy here to come to share with us and to have this conversation with everybody, every single one of you. So do this right now. Go ahead and share this link. Let me just pray and go ahead and acknowledge those people who came here and support. Oh, let me do that first. I want to, first and foremost, I want to appreciate the members of this family, people who give some part of their money to support every single month. I want to shout out to them. You guys, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you so much for what you do. You know what I'm saying? What you do here, you're doing for Africa. Because every single day, we're able to come here and to share this. We're able to come and to talk about this. And man, you have no idea how many people this message is reaching out to them. You might see the number is 30 people here. Only 30 people are watching. And you think like, oh, we are only 30 people. What kind of movement is this? But let me tell you guys, you have no idea. Personally, I don't really care about numbers. Even if we have a one person, that's fine. But what I care is what this movement do to people. And the messages I receive, the emails I receive, the inbox I received, man, sometimes I just cry when I receive them, because I see what this platform, what we do here, is doing to other people out there. And even if it's one person, my goal is that every single day we need to have one African that will be decolonized, one Africa that for some reason will be thinking different about everything that we are talking about here, one Africa that will be changed in a way, have something in his or her heart about Africa and loving it. That's my goal. Just one. If you can have 2, 3, 4, 10, that's okay. But just one. Every single day. Just one. And for the rest of my life, you know what I'm saying? If every single day I have one person who is transformed, then we have the whole country that is transformed. I'm not going to live like for 60 million years, but because our country has like 60 million people. But for however long I'm going to live, I want to have that one person changed every single day through what we're doing here. And that's why we pray. And that's why we come every single day. Even when we're sick, we come here to talk. Even when we're tired, we come here to talk. Even when we're busy, we come here to talk, because this is important. Regardless, even when we do have, we don't have, we come here to talk. Even when we have one person, we come here, we talk. That's very important. It's very important. Let's not confuse numbers and the impact of what is happening. Most of the time, man, most of the time impact is happening when just few people who are committed are coming together to bring about change. But with all being said, go and invite somebody right now. Let me pray and we'll begin. God, I thank you for today. Thank you for 33 people who are joining right now, and those people who will come later as well, because some of us, we are kind of tired sometimes. I'm not tired. We are late sometimes, but I thank you for them as well. As we're having this an amazing discussion today, as we're having this platform and this movement today, God, come and be the center of this. Help us. Give us wisdom. Give us understanding to understand one another, to love one another, to want peace with one another. Help us, God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. I want to also appreciate for those, we call them my Patreon. I'm going to be sharing the links in the comment section, guys. If you want to become my Patreon, if you want to become a member as well, the link is in the comment section. I want to appreciate you guys for the support you're doing, for the time, the effort that you guys are giving. I want to appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And those who are here today joining, let me just shout your names a little bit. We have Mekedets, Antoine, Hirut Bekele. We have Ridge. Hey, once again, Ayu Gilau. Ridge Francis, what's up, brother? Ridge, this is your moment to become a member as well. That's my brother right there. Salam Awit, Makonen, appreciate. Salam Fe, appreciate. Yes, come on, man. This is our member right here. Pi International. We had him yesterday here. He's back again. Appreciate you, brother, for stopping him. You know, it's a good brother right here. Appreciate, man. Faiza, Yahya, Salamawit again. Babel Lema, hey Mika, hey you, hey Babel. Mulugeta, okay. Sam, Faisal, One Africa, Neo, Fax. That's my brother from South Africa right there. Appreciate, man, for joining. And everybody who is joining here. Rich, you know, you need to be in the levels of like Big E, you know what I'm saying? Swahili Nation and partner. That's your level, Rich. You know, if you know what I mean, you know what I'm saying? Salute, brother. That's my brother. We still need to have your session, so we need to talk about that. But I think the momentum has been building up. You know, maybe we can have that session next week. Appreciate you, brother. Anko Ephraim. Yes, guys, we're gonna have a brother here who will come. We'll talk about this. Senu, come on, Senu. That's my family right there. Senu, I appreciate for seeing you. Appreciate for seeing you. I hope you're not waiting for me to pray first and then you come, right? No rush. Oh, that's you know that's kind of like African spirit, right? We go very slow, but sometimes it costs us because we wake up when we don't have anything. You know what I'm saying? You wake up at 9 a.m. to start work, but there are people wake up at 5 a.m. They're already working. You know what I'm saying? Seno, Mika, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, my sister. I'm doing good. How are you as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think you are in German. If I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, but Seno, I appreciate you. I need to comment to see your voice again. She's an amazing supporter there of Swahili Nation. We have African Agents of Change right here. It's another member right there. Guys, can join a member as well. You get a little bit of badge ahead of your name. And you kind of look cool. You know what I'm saying? Kind of look cool. So appreciate African Agents of Change. This is so true, man. Yes, Rich. You know, this is what I'm talking about. So you can make that decision right now. You know what I'm saying? No rush. No, right now we have to rush. Okay, we don't have time. We need to rush. We need to rush. Come on. Jonas, it's good to see you. How are you, brother? It's good to see you here again. Yes, I was appreciating you guys who are joining right now. All the members, I appreciate you guys for what you're doing, for the energy you're giving it to me. I really appreciate that. Right now here in Tanzania, we have a little bit change of weather. So my health is a little bit, it's unstable right now. I don't know. It happens all the time when there's a change of weather. You know, it always happens. Come on, this is what I'm talking about. Come on, you know. I think sometimes you need a little push. Hey, hey. Reach, man. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. That's the spirit right there. That's my brother right there. Appreciate, man. I love you too, Rich. You know that. I might not contact you often, but you know that I love you, brother. That's my brother right there. Appreciate, man. Appreciate. This is big. This is big. This is big. All right, guys. Thank brother I've seen your message. You don't need to send any message anymore. All right. Anele Wondim, appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right? Appreciate. Yeah. You can stop now. It's all right. Amaseganalo. Yes, so guys, we'll have somebody who will come here talk to us. So let me just say, guys, the Minister of Education, Mr. Nati, salute to him. He'll be coming here to give us another session. Remember that we have been going through the session of yes. Oh, by the way, Rich, I need to invite you because right now we have exclusive Swahili Nation membership WhatsApp group that is just for members. So, Rich, I need to invite you there. Our job is to invite more people to come to join the membership club. You know what I'm saying? We call it membership club. All right, you guys are like, how, you know, a lot of time we're saying that, you know, we don't have to receive aids from outside. You know what I'm saying? Because we need to fund ourselves. So you guys is what you're doing. All you members, this is what you're doing. You guys are, I cannot even call you donors because you give and then you just keep. So how can I call you guys? But you guys are supporters. You guys are, in like an old mentality, we know that, okay, people who give money, like we think they're the one. I don't even want to mention them. They give something, but you guys are, you know, you have that spirit. You know what I'm saying? This is like sending the message that we can stand for our people, we can support our own stuff, and this is what you guys are doing. So, Rich, let me invite you there in membership club. Let me go ahead. You know, I take some time to appreciate members because this is not a small thing. You know what I'm saying? Somebody going in their pocket to support something is not something to ignore. You know, it's something huge. So, something to appreciate. And participant, Ridge, Francis. Okay, and everybody, all members who are here who are not in this group yet, I cannot share the link here because everybody will come. So you guys, I want you to try to send me the personal WhatsApp message, and then tell me your name, and then I'll add you in this membership club. Analem, appreciate for the love, brother. Oh. Yeah, man. I see these a lot of messages. It's Analem. You know, I know you have so much love. Okay, appreciate. Let me just say that. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You know. Don't know why. I can't add you, Rich. What did you do? I cannot add you. I cannot add you in the group. Okay, let me invite you. Rich Francis. Right, that's you. Okay. Yeah. So we have so many people here. We have a biggie right here. We have Professor Ezra, the brain, the chief. You guys are amazing. So what we're gonna do today, we have a session with the Minister of Education. I'm gonna allow him to come and to start a session. And whenever he needs some people to come on, if to ask question or to do, then I'm gonna allow you guys to come as well. But we're gonna have our Minister of Education right now to come here. So please, you know, gather everybody. We are 48 right now. Please copy the link and share somewhere. I'm gonna copy as well and share in our group. Let me say, for those who are in WhatsApp group, every time we come live, please copy the link and share in the group as well, right? That's why I have you guys as well. We can go there and share there, invite people to come. That guys, we can even remind them before 9 that guys at 9 p.m. we're gonna have a live stream, so please come. That's why we have that group. So let me share right now. Yeah, I think we can do that, guys, to support one another. All right, I sent message there. So invite everybody out there. Invite everybody there to come and to you know, to join this session. I don't want anybody to miss, guys. I don't want anybody to miss. This session is gonna be very special, and you cannot miss. Anyways, we have our teacher. He's here already. The Minister of Education. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to invite our brother and our Minister of Education, Mr. Nat. Mr. Nat, it's good to see you, brother. How are you today?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, brother. How is it going?
Gentlemen and ladies, good evening. I realized yesterday, and most of the time I only use gentlemen, so I beg your pardon for not saying ladies and gentlemen. My bad, and that's what I realized about myself. Whenever I talk, I say gentlemen only. We are good. We are good. Making progress, forging forward. There was this guy here who was asking for his name to be mentioned, and I think it would be right to recognize him. I'm trying to scroll. Oh, I couldn't get him. Anyways, he was saying, just please mention my name. Anyways, I will get him.
I'll try to check him too.
Yes. So today I thought we go back to one of the sessions we missed last time. Do you remember we started it and it couldn't work out, and I think it's because of this internet connection that I couldn't do that session. And I want it to be an interactive session. Oh, African Agents of Change, hello Tokiloj, what's up, Nati? He's saying, what's up, Nati? What's up, bro? Now, I just want to ask, and people need to, and Mika, you are here, you will help me also, people to comment in the comment area. Usually we are talking about something, and in the comment area, in the super chat, something else is going on. So let's just engage them today. I just want them, wherever they may be, whoever they are, whatever their tribe, their country, their color is, to write one or two things that makes them distinct from the others. I will keep on saying it till I see some comments. For example, if you are an
This
Ethiopian,
is the name. Nati,
yes,
this is the name.
Okay, Chris Atien, thank you very much. He is called Melako Shagre. Oh, that's great. That's great. Someone is very attentive out there. Thank you, Chris Atien. So wherever we are, just take a moment, one or two, and write in the comment section on the super chat one or two things that makes you distinct. That, for example, I am an Ethiopian, and if I take away this one or two things, I will no longer be an Ethiopian. What could that be? Ministry of Education forward by Ezra is saying, my personality, my vision. Everyone has a personality. Everyone has a vision. What else, guys? For example, if you are a Kenyan, what makes you Kenyan? And if we take this one or two items that you being Kenyan will no longer be. Or you say you are any identity, any tribe, that without this, I cannot be that. Or I am an African, and what makes me African is this. Culture. Tina Ilu is saying, don't mention it.
Oh. Someone. Pi, I'll be putting here on the screen. You can check on the screen.
Okay, very good. Language. Okay, language. I believe language division is a problem in Africa. Okay. I can give a very simple, and please guys keep on writing. What makes you really, yes, TG is saying, are you asking what makes us proud? Yes, I mean, you say this is what it means to be this tribe or this country. So language, the first one, language. Myself, I'm talking in English. English is not my mother tongue. Amharic is. I was born and brought up in Addis. I speak Amharic. Then the little English that I picked from high school and later on tertiary studies, I will be able to, I am able to communicate today with my fellow Ethiopians, Kenyans, Tanzanians, and the rest of Africa and beyond. And I was able to pick English and do so. Currently, I'm living in Tanzania. And there are people here in Tanzania who do not speak English, not because they are not capable, but that's how they are brought up, and they are proud of their Swahili language. And I talk to them in Swahili. I picked, and I'm able to get along. And every time, 8 hours of my day is spent with what we call Swahili people or Swahili speakers. And I'm able to get along, get work done, make crack jokes. So language is a beauty. It's a beauty. And that's what actually differentiates us from animals. We are able to communicate much better and articulate it. Jonathan said injera and what? Actually, injera and what is the favorite of the rest of Africa. If you go to Nairobi to a restaurant, there are more people from elsewhere here in Africa, fellow Kenyans, eating injera and oat, more than Ethiopians living in Nairobi. And if we say that injera and oat is what makes us different, nowadays injera and oat is the favorite of the majority who are not even Ethiopians. So if we take away that injera and oat, you will still continue to be an Ethiopian. I am an Ethiopian. I don't get injera and oat because here in Mwanza, there is no Ethiopian restaurant. I was able to taste once when I went to Nairobi, but I still continue to be a very staunch Ethiopian who love my country, my identity, without injera and oat. So, Jonathan, can that be really my Ethiopianship? Really, without that factor, we won't be an Ethiopian or Tanzanians. Even Mika, you can throw some things. Yes.
By the way, I just ate injera and what right now for dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier on, and you told me about it, and I was excited. But you are a traitor because you are having your injera in Dar es Salaam, and I'm stuck here. It's not fair, bro.
You better come.
Anyways, I had my ugali and chips and whatever also. Yeah. So, religion, very good. Okay, TG says religion. Religion is also another very, very interesting thing. Let me talk about this also, because I just want to keep on talking about each and every comment that they do, just to show you that it is a shared, it's a shared heritage that we're talking about. Religion, basically, if we talk about the Abrahamic religion, that is Judaism, the Jews, Christianity, and Islam, these are called Abrahamic religions, and they share a common source. That's why they are called Abrahamic religions. And no matter how many sects they have, it focuses on Christ. That's why they are called Christians, and everyone calls Christians except the Judaism, of course. But still, we share the Torah, which we call the Old Testament. And by the way, the Jews and the Christians share the Torah, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books in the Bible. Everything that is in the Old Testament is shared by the Torah. Islam, again, is an Abrahamic religion where Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, that's what they say. So I will stick to that with respect to our brothers. Though I am not a Muslim, may peace be upon him. Prophet Muhammad was a prophet of God, and he believed in Abraham. And so he believed in the angels. And actually, to make things very interesting, the first person, the first prophet who saw Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, when he was 12 years old, was a desert father, a Christian, and said, I see a seal on your shoulders and you are set apart to do the work of God. So later on, Muhammad was able to spread Islam, which means peace, to the rest of the world. So we share the common heritage as Abrahamic religion. So religion, no matter how different sects and different attributes is coloring it nowadays, among Christians, among the Muslims, even among the Muslims, there are so many sects: the Shiites, the Sunni, the Wahhabis, and the Sufis, the contemplatives. So this cannot really stand as really an attribute that makes us different from the others. Even Ethiopians, the ancient Christian land in the world, Orthodoxy is the majority, and Orthodoxy is shared among the Greeks, the Russians, and it's a shared heritage. So religion is one among the many that we share. Others talked about language. I've talked about it. Language is, no matter how many languages we speak, again, we have official language. And here in Africa, the best example will be South Africa, where there are 11 official languages where people communicate with. So really, language cannot identify as distinct to that origin, because some of the best English speakers are Africans, by the way, and French speakers are Africans, and this cannot really differentiate or exclude others in terms of identity. United States Atlantic Creole Nationalist Party says peace, family, peace upon you too. Next, Debela says, let's focus our African problem, hope to solve yes, we are talking about the African problems. We are brainstorming, and I've asked a question for those of you who are coming late. We are not talking exclusively about religion. We are talking about identity and breaking prejudices. That's our topic. What else? So religion cannot be, religion is one of the many. Okay, someone, Jonas Mamushet talked about psychological makeup. I mean, what is psychological makeup? Now, in this world, even what we call psychological makeup is commonly shared. When I say commonly shared, we are not fenced or caged people. We are affected with what is going on worldwide, globally. So the way we think and the way our behavior is shaped, especially here in Africa, where I grew up, my neighbors, my family, it's not only my mother and father, no, my neighbors, my friends, everyone contributes to my well-being, and that depends from place to place. So it is a shared heritage, psychological makeup. And many people actually have best friends from another end of the world because they share the same traits. So that cannot really stand as something distinct. So basically, when we talk about identity and prejudices, if I say that my language is superior than the others, remember, it's just a language. And Africa has so many languages that cannot be really fathomed. It is beyond our comprehension. Africa is so diverse that we cannot be superior over the other, over our language. Food is, again, a universal thing. Everyone eats food, and the way we eat food here is different from the way we eat food elsewhere. It does not really tarnish the way our identity is shaped if we take away that food. Very good. Jonathan talked about DNA lineage. Okay, DNA again is very, very contestable. And last time I talked about this, and this time I will talk about it again. There is this theory called the out of Africa theory. The out of Africa theory basically is saying that Africa is the source of humanity. Humanity emerged actually from the eastern part of Africa. And as an Ethiopian, many Ethiopians really pride over Lucy as being the mother of humanity. However, the out of Africa theory talks about humanity emerging from Africa and spread throughout the world during the Ice Age. We are talking about millions of years ago. And humanity spread from Africa because it's a hunter-gatherer society and looking for food, water, weather conditions. Humanity spread all over the world. And the out of Africa theory claims that actually the source of humanity is Africa, and the humanity that spread all over the world adapted to the setup where they are placed. And that's why this evolution, this evolvement of skin color is a response to the weather conditions that people had to go through when they settled in different parts of the world. And one of the research that was done was to take some chromosomes under the skin and study them. They took some chromosomes from a black person and from the so-called pure race, or from those who claim to be pure, from the blondes and from those blue-eyeds. And when they investigate, they found out that the chromosomes are the same. And actually, the skin color does not affect one's humanity in being superior than the other. It is just an adaptation to the conditions that we are put. For example, I don't know if you have realized, whenever we move from one place to the other, there is a tendency of either becoming too light or too dark, adapting to the conditions where we are placed in. And many people, they said, oh, you're looking good. In Amharic, we use it like tasmam tohal, to like, oh, Allah, I mean, you're becoming so brown. It's just people adapting to the weather conditions where they have gone. And you can see the difference in many people that they completely change actually for the surprise of their own brothers and sisters. And this is an adaptation to the weather condition and to the external factors that we are placed in. DNA is a more scientific and engineered study, just like the fingerprint. Yes, we are different, but it does not add value to the thinking process of humanity, or what people nowadays, which I don't agree so much with, the IQ, I mean the thinking process. Anyone can think equally. Human beings are the same. Because I'm black and the other is white, the other one is chocolate, is not better by his looks or by his DNA. No, it is just the beauty of humanity to be engineered differently, but it does not affect a human person from contributing to his or her fullest capacity. Looks are different. I am very different from my brother, my sisters, my father, and my mother. Personalities, the same. The way we are socializing, the way we are made up, the way we are brought up is different. I have not chosen to be an Ethiopian. I have not consented to be speaking Amharic or Oromo or Tigrinya or Swahili or Pidgin language, Igbo or Igbo or Yoruba. It is given by default. So I cannot hold on to these qualities that is given to me to assert myself as superior than any of you who are here. Collectively, what we are celebrating is differences, and it needs to be celebrated, not to be pondered to divide people. And this prejudice comes out of pride for ourselves. If we are too proud, we need to be proud in as long as we are enriching other humanities. Our pride should come from what we are contributing to the rest of humanity, not because we are lighter, not because we have softer hair than the others, not because our eyes are blue, not because our skin is white, not because we are tall, not because we are short. So these are the things that we need to accept and cherish in as long as they help us to love the other humanity and see the wonder of being human in the others. Assume that every one of us are the same. I want to give an example because this is one of the things. It comes from lack of exposure. And my brothers who are in the Far East, China, Taiwan can tell us. Most of us Africans, when we see Japanese or Koreans or Chinese, we can't differentiate them. And I'm sure anyone who goes to China on his first day or second day, even 3-4 months, if someone takes his phone and runs away, he will be fighting with the next 50 Chinese in front of him because he feels they are all the same because of exposure. So what I'm trying to bring out is that assume that every one of us are the same. There will be no test in life. We won't be contributing to humanity in our differences. Any of the qualities, whether studied or God-given, cannot make us superior over the others. And some of the prejudices that we have here in Africa, people think that a certain tribe is more prestigious than the other. This is royal, this is lower class, commoner. But remember, power play, politics, has nothing to do with the human capacity to contribute equally to the rest of the universe. So some of the prejudices that we have, if it is not positive, it will destroy humanity for good, and it is a tool for destruction. And it is something that you are not in control of. You are not in control of who you are. You've not consented to be born where you are born, the language that you are speaking, the color that you have. You have not asked for it. So for something that you've not paid for or asked or consented for, who am I and who are you to say that I am inferior and to say that you are superior? So these are the prejudices that are destroying us. Claiming ownership of what we ourselves were given for free and we are not in control of. Religion is embraced. It's a doctrine. And if you go to the source of religion itself, it is to help others, to live in union with others, to bring the kingdom of God, which is justice, to the rest of the world, to give what is due to others. If everyone in his religion decides to follow each and every word that his religion demands of him, this world would have been a safe haven. But if we use religion, color, tribe, nationality to inflict pain on others, then it is no longer a beauty, but a disaster. So belief, personalities, looks, expressions are attributes to who we are. But if we take them away, it won't stop us from being who we are. When our brothers and sisters during the slave trade were taken to the Caribbean and the US and South America, they knew they were different because it was a strange land. And they were taught that you are black, therefore you are subjected and you are meant to be servers of the white person. It was taught. They were away from their food. They were away from their cultures. They were away from their lands. They were away from their ancestors across the ocean. But still, they long for their identity, Africa. So any of it, as you have said, sometimes I spend a year without speaking Amharic because I live alone, and for years I've been living alone. It didn't take my pride being an Ethiopian away. I have not eaten injera and what for the last 6 months. I still continue to be an Ethiopian. I have not had a traditional coffee ceremony. I continue to be an Ethiopian. I speak Swahili and English here where I am. I continue to be an Ethiopian. But one of the very important things that I have learned from my own experience is that where I am placed here in Tanzania, I was able to see how similar we are from the cultures of the people who are living here. I was able to see how Africa is really interrelated wherever I am placed. I was able to eat and appreciate the taste that the rest of Africa can offer. But if I decide to get stuck in my Ethiopian identity, and refuse to learn the language and the food, well, at the end of the day, I've missed the beauty of Africa. I even have missed the beauty of being an Ethiopian. So, fellow Africans, there is much more that connects us than divides us. And food, after all, when we starve, we get maize and barley and whatever from the US, and we sail through starvation, right? Our brothers and sisters in diaspora are munching on fast food because they can't even cook their own food. Most of the time they are on the rush, and they continue to be patriotic Ethiopians, patriotic Tanzanians, Zambians, South Africans, wherever they are. So these are attributes that makes us beautiful. But the moment we start having turns to inflict pain on others that I am better, then the whole purpose of being diverse is defeated. So, good enough. This will take us to the second factor, where external forces also played the game to make us feel and pampered us that we are different from one another and we are better than the others. Unfortunately, yes, part of the ethnic conflicts that we have, part of religious clashes that we find in Africa are infiltrated by others who are able to talk about us before we talk about them. Using their education system, they taught us to be like them, not ourselves. The education system did not help us to find ourselves. Rather, we were like them. They told us that you are much better and you should be fighting for your own rights. And yet, what we are fighting for does not need armed struggle at all. So, at the end of the day, this enmity that we are creating amongst ourselves can be fueled by external forces if we have the mental and psychological disposition towards it. Any seed that is sown needs to have a fertile ground to grow. So when we blame also the external forces for dividing us, we need to think twice that we are providing the fertile ground deep within that we think we are better than one another. And this prejudice needs to stop in order for us to forge forward. So it pains me to see many Africans that we will never be united. We are too diverse. And I've talked about this. Everyone else is diverse just like us. But they express whatever attributes that you have mentioned, belief, personalities, looks, expressions. They are able to express them even much better, but they were able to create a common goal that everyone is part of the whole, not one is whole on its own. So these are the prejudices that we need to do away. How do we redirect really this energy that is dividing us? And I've been talking with Mika to throw out some challenges that would help us express ourselves. And you know, Africa is so beautiful and so diverse that we've never lacked self expression. And it takes a lot of energy to express ourselves. And if we put that effort together, we can achieve much more. Mika, at this point, I would like to open the discussion because I have steered some conversations and people are pumped up to say something. I would like us to come in and say one or two things. But remember, our differences are beauties. It does not make us any better than the other. We all contribute to one humanity in our differences. We need to do away with these prejudices as the new generation that is arising. And Jonathan said that the other day that most of us are very, very young. And the young Africans need to do away with this prejudice against one another. Let's bring it out in a form of art, literature, music, political thought, economics, philosophy, psychology, medicine.
Yeah.
So at this point, I would like to invite anyone else who would want to come in and give inputs. And by the way, when I was talking about the out of Africa theory, I forgot to let you know that there are some maps. If you go online and just look at the out of Africa theory, it just shows you how humanity emerged from Africa and moved to the rest of the world. And it is a very plausible argument.
Yeah. Guys,
So
feel free to come. Oh, sorry.
There is Anile Wandumu, I think it's Fasil Alemu is saying that please invite us. I'm interested to participate in this discussion. There is a link that says StreamYard. Click on it and follow the procedure. Then you will be able to come in and make sure that you mute first the YouTube channel that you are currently on, then enter into this StreamYard.
Guys, now is your time. It's your time, guys, to come and to ask
By
questions
the way,
or adding.
By the way, what we are doing here is not more of a lecture. It's what I'm doing here is to share and set the platform for people to talk, to provoke. You know, last time I've said that I'm just trying to be, don't take it religiously, to be a prophet, to afflict the comforted and comfort the afflicted. Those who are comfortable need to be uncomfortable, and those who are uncomfortable need to be comforted and see some hope.
All right. I want to start with Fasil Alem. I think this is your first time to be here. Let us know where you are joining from and anything you want us to know about you, and then you can jump in. Hello, Fasil Alem. You can unmute yourself now and share. Your mic is still muted. Fasil Alem?
Yes.
You choose to... Okay. All right. Where are you calling from, brother?
Do you,
You
hello?
you mute yourself all the time. Fasilalem, you you have to unmute yourself first. All right. It's not. Ezra, I think you can go. You can go first. I
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Uh, all right. Yes, I can hear you. What's up? Where you
Hello, do
come
you
from?
hear me?
I can
Yeah,
hear
I'm
you.
from Ethiopia.
Where you come?
I'm from Ethiopia. By
All
the
right.
way, I follow your reaction, especially Ethiopian musics, Teria Pro and so on, with your partner whose name I don't know remember your partner name,
Mm, Asali.
and I'm appreciate your reaction, and I follow your channel
Mm,
if you remember me, and I'll also
appreciate.
give you a comment on your different music reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I
Appreciate.
wanted to join your video conference,
Yeah.
especially in Pan Africanism.
Mm,
And also, I'm one of appreciator of Pan Africanism.
mm-hmm.
Even I think at this time, I don't know. I now I take your time.
No
Uh,
worries.
to be as a unity of Africa, since
Mm,
the Europe is a Western and the Americans are put her her influence her or their influence on Africa, since we are naturally gifted from God different resources, or we have different resources in Africa.
mm-hmm.
I think you got my idea.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm getting it.
Hello.
Hello,
Yeah.
Fasil.
So I love this conference. Yeah, I love this conference. By the way.
Yeah, appreciate, appreciate.
Hello.
Yeah, Nati has been sharing
Okay, so you can.
uh, a lot of knowledge. Do you have anything to say about it?
Uh, by the way, it's the first time for me that like this
Okay,
conference.
all right, okay.
So for the next time, I will say different things, especially about Africa.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I think you are familiar for Africa. I think.
Mm, mm,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. So I,
Am I right? Am I right?
you're right. You're right. Yes, you're right. You're right, Fasil.
Uh, for yeah. Okay.
All right,
So you can
appreciate
continue.
Fasil. I know today's your first time, and
No,
thank you
I
for
mean, if you want,
Sorry for my
if you
interruption.
want to say it in Amharic to no, if you want to say it in
Uh,
Amharic to feel free to do that too.
do you want to say in Amharic?
Yeah, you can say
if
you
you,
can
yeah, if you have
yeah,
something that you haven't say and you want to say it,
in
you want to
Amharic.
present, say it.
Yeah.
Somebody can translate it for you, but try to manage time as well.
So can I continue in Amharic?
Oh, sure, sure, sure. Go ahead. You have, yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Is there anyone who understand Amharic?
We yeah there are we are a lot of them. Don't worry. Yes. Yeah. Nati does it. Biggie does.
Okay.
Me.
Shba,
Only Ridge and Mika don't understand, but it's okay. You can say whatever you want to say.
she, okay, okay. by the way the first የመጀመሪያው ነገር ዩኒቲ አንድነት ምንለው ነገር ትልቅ ነገር ነው እሺ ስለምን
ቀጥል ፋሲል
ስለምን ልናገር አቤት
ምንነጋገር የነበረው ዛሬ
ይሰማኛል
አንዳንድ ፕሬጁዲሶችን ይሄ ዘረኝነትን ይሄ ጎጠኝነት ምንለው እኔ ከዚህ ስለሆን ከዚህ እኔ ከዚህ ጎሳ ስለሆንኩ የሌላው የበላይ ነኝ የሚለው ነገር መቅረት ያስፈልገዋል እኛ አንድ እንድንሆን እነዚህ ነገር ማስቀረት ይኖርብናል የሚለው ነገር ላይ የተነጋገርን ነው እና ዋናውም የሰጠውት ሐሳብ ምንድነው ይሄ ሁሉም ነገር ልዩነታችን ውበት ቁንጅና እንጂ እርስ በርስ ሊያባላንና ሊያገዳድለን አይገባውም የሚለውን ሐሳብ ነው እየተነጋገርን ያለነው እዛ ላይ ያለን ሐሳብ መስጠት ትችላለህ
ኦኬ ያው ይቅርታ የገባሁት ያው ኖርማሊ ዘግቼ ስለነበር ነውና
ምንም ችግር የለም
የመጀመሪያው ነገር ያው ሂዩማኒቲ ነው ማሰብ ያለብን በኔ እይታ
አዎ
ማለት እዚህ ጋር አሁን ኖርማሊ ያው እንግዲህ ከኮንቲኔንት አንፃር ልየውና ከኮንቲኔንት አንፃር ስናስበው ምንድነው ያው በአማርኛ ቀጥል ስላላችሁኝ ነው በአማርኛ የቀጠልኩት
ምንም ችግር የለም
ከኮንቲኔንት አንፃር ስናስበው ያው አውሮፓውያኖች ወደኛ አውሮፓውያኖች አፍሪካን እንዲጫኑ ያደረጉት የከለር ጉዳይ ነው እዚህ ላይ እንስማማለን ሁላችንም መጀመሪያ በእኛ በማህበረሰባችን ውስጥ መሆን ያለበት ብዬ ማምነው ኢቨን እንደ ኮንቲኔንት ሰውነታችን መጀመሪያ ማመን አለብን ብዬ አምናለሁ ማለት ሰውነት ስንል ሰብአዊ ፍጡር መሆናችንን ማመን አለብን ብዬ አምናለሁ ይሄ አዌርነስ ተቀርጾለት በሁሉም throughout the content ቢሰጥ ብዬ አምናለሁ
ትክክል ይሄው ነው ሐሳብን
ይሄን ነገር ካመን ትልቁ ነገር እዚህ ጋር ነው ብዬ ነው ያስበው ሰውነት ይቀድማል ብዬ ስለማስብ
መልካም በጣም ቆንጆ ሐሳብ ነው እዝራ can you translate for us
so essentially what I understand from you is that you know the basis of our unity should be our humanity is that clear exactly. So like humanity should be the guiding post that will allow us to come together as a continent and if you rely on that we can make unity much easier we can make unity much more compelling much more powerful much more forceful I think that is really like you know that's the point I actually wanted to make also as well like you know I had a privilege of studying you know ancient Ethiopian ontology and how in ancient times our rulers who were guided by especially in the early 80s the 1st to the 7th century the Aksumite Empire were educated you know emperors were educated on the essentialness of recognizing humanity that they are tasked with the responsibility of guiding their policy their economic policy their political policy their education policy around the essence of humanity they even described it as you take away the color of the skin you take away the language you take away the history you take like as layers and layers what you know what they say is that what they argue is that what remains at the end of taking all those layers out of that person is that essential inherent humanity and so they figured if we rule a just ruler in those days a ruler who's just has to judge somebody on the basis of that humanity so there's a lot of deep history African history to that notion that you mentioned and of course people need to study further, the veracity of what I just mentioned, and really try to zoom into those those qualities that we had pre-colonial, pre-slavery, pre-colonial, and so that the world, the construct of Africa prior to intervention from outside is all the things point to that humanity that you talked about, that you tried to mention. And so I think it's a very valuable point. I don't know if Nati wants to add to that.
No, I mean, Fasil spoke a very important point, which is humanity. We need to focus on humanity. And this is one of the most important things if we summarize what we've been talking about, that we need to put on the first line, humanity. And that's why during the course of our discussions for the last 20-something sessions, we've been building the fact that, yes, we are cautious, we are aware, we are saying no more to the rest of the world, but at the same time, we need to keep our house clean. And one of the things that is tearing us apart and not making us see humanity in each other is ethnic differences, nationalism, tribalism. And these are the things that need to be put aside if we are really supporting the no more movement. Because when you say no more to something, we need to have our house in order. And one of the things that we need to talk about is these prejudices and humanity, and putting humanity at the forefront for us as a uniting factor will make us stand together the more. And what actually Fasil said is that it is a color issue. And this is a prejudice that we're talking about earlier on. If they see us and say they are not capable of being in the world stage at par with us, then we exploit them, divide them, and keep them busy amongst themselves because they are less human or subhuman. And he mentioned that, and this is also gives us the birthplace of African segregation and African suppression, prejudice, looking at us as savages. And Fasil spoke a very important thing. But in order to break that, we don't start with them. We start with ourselves and say, how do we cooperate in this? So it's a very, very solid point. And Fasil, thank you very much. But I'm not going to contribution.
If I may add a little bit, I've been writing these quotes in the chat room. I wanted to read it out again here. The difference between is from Paulo Freire and The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the book The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, my favorite author as an educator. Is it says the difference between animals who cannot create product detached from themselves and humankind who through their action upon the world create the realm of culture and history is only the latter are being of the praxis. And when he says the practice, it means they are, we are a being of actions, and we're not just being of theory. We are being of theory. We change things. We create. We change. We transform. We innovate. So as how do we relate to what we're talking about? Is that it's not just enough, like Nati was saying. It's not just enough to say that the world is against us. It is important we create a new reality that the world can also come to accept and live by. And so by resolving our crisis, we are resolving the world's crisis. By liberating the oppressed, we are also liberating the oppressor. And so Paulo Freire is very adamant that he talks about, and which I concur in large parts. He says, the oppressor doesn't have any inclination or motivation to liberate you, to think for you, to be human, to humanize you. So he talked about an education that humanizes. So he thinks that education should be something that humanizes, not. So how do you deconstruct and decolonize the mind that has been dehumanized? And so our practice, our choices, our decisions, our judgment, our relationship, our work on a daily basis has to be to empower ourselves and others near us, to empower the agency, individual and community agencies. So I just wanted to add a little bit of that to the mix.
My brother Rich is here. Rich, can you hear us?
Yes, Natty, I could hear you.
You're most welcome, brother.
It's good to hear you guys and see you guys again, man.
Good to hear your
busy.
voice.
Yeah, when I'm not here. Sorry, go ahead, Natty.
No. We understand your situation.
Oh, okay. Now I was gonna say, when I'm not here, just know, man, I'm working for my people. I'm working for my people. My job right now is a part-time job. My full-time job is working for my people.
I know. Keep pushing, brother.
Of course. I wanted to say, just add a little input, because recently I was talking to one of my Ethiopian friends, and we were scanning through the images and the videos coming out of Ethiopia. And I was shocked to see, I couldn't tell the difference between a Tigrayan and an Amharic person. And I was asking her, how do I know the difference? How do I know the difference? Why are they fighting? How do I know the difference? She said language. I was like, that's it? That's the only difference between them, and they're fighting like that? But I know that it's a lot of deeper issues that a lot of outside influence and so on. That's doing these things to our people, and they've been doing these things to our people because they have studied our peace. That's what they did. They're studying our peace to cause chaos, in our land, in our communities, in our families. Just how they did in this feminist movement, telling the black woman, you don't need no black man. Let that black man go to prison, and those kind of things. They're studying our peace right down to the family structure. From the whole entire continent, down to the region, down to the tribe, down to the family, down to the individual. I heard one of the artists mention that in a song. Actually, one of the Somalian artists, he said the same thing in one of these songs. So I think that one thing we can do, we can study their chaos so that we could find back our peace. Study how they make chaos around us. Study how they have universities actually studying our people, universities in Europe, and all in the Western world. This is what they did to Libya. For 40 years, they studied the different tribes. 40 years it took Gaddafi to bring all of those tribes together under a type of system where they can all get their needs met, so they don't have to kill each other. And they studied them. They studied them, and then they went back in there 40 years after and destroyed the whole place. So we can study their chaos so that we can make peace. One more thing that have them the methods of causing chaos. One more thing that makes it so effective is that we are not communicating how we're supposed to. And this is something Dr. John Hendrik Clark talked about when he was alive. He said the reason why the invaders came from Europe and they could have come and kidnapped us like they did and took us over in the Western world is because the North Africans don't know what's happening in South Africa. The East Africans don't know what's happening in West Africa. Like we are literally neighbors, and we don't know what's happening with each other. But they know, because they're studying, they put money into this thing, they put effort and time into this thing. The same way we have to put effort and time into studying how they make chaos, so we can bring back ourselves to a state of stability. Two more things also. It's happening right now, but we also have to create more of a sense of oneness among each other, because our differences is what make us powerful. The fact that I could learn, I could go to Ethiopia and learn how many languages, you know what I mean, in one part of Africa. Do you know how much power you have when you all could come together as one? From the family structure to the tribe to the region to the whole continent. All our ideas from here on also must be selfless. We can't have selfish ideas anymore. We can't want to be like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos. These people are useless to us. As a matter of fact, they are more of our enemies than anything to be idolized. Because these people are being put at the front of these same companies that are the corporate wing, of the American government and of these Western governments that are coming into our continent and sowing discord among our people so that they can take our resources from next to nothing. This is what the doctrine of unequal exchange is all about. You take it for free or next to nothing, and you sell it for 100%. That's what the doctrine of unequal exchange is all about. So I think that one of the most basic things that we can do is start to study how they make chaos around in our continent. Also one last thing. Sorry, this is gonna be the one last thing now. What I was gonna say. Oh, I forget what I was gonna say. I'll probably remember later. I'll tell you guys later.
You're talking about the chaos part. I don't know if Nati you've read the book Barud Bermel.
Sorry,
Barud
come again?
Bermel. Barud Bermel.
No.
It's a book written by a European. It's a very small book. I think it's Polish. It was written, I think, in the 1930s. And so he studied Ethiopia in those days. And he said, this is a dangerous country. We cannot allow them to exist because their existence is danger to the whites, to white supremacy, So he outlines Barud Bermel. You understand what Barud Bermel is? Essentially, it's it's an explosion. Like how to build how do we create? So the book is about how do we create a scenario in which we divide the Ethiopia using tribes.
Divide and conquer for philosophy.
It's divide and conquer, but like how do we do it from inside out?
Yeah.
So it's a project outlining how Europeans can figure out a way to. So essentially what Rich is talking about, the chaos approach, the chaos theory. That in chaos, there are chaos merchants, chaos entrepreneurs that benefit from, look at the pandemic. It was so chaotic, right? But there was some beneficiaries, like exuberant kind of benefit was accumulated in places like Amazon, the company Amazon and Facebook, all these social media companies, tech companies were reaping so much benefits from the pandemic chaos. And so chaos is something that I agree with Rich, that it's something that is an essential component of Western construct. I think the Machiavellian also falls into that approach as well. I think so I agree with Rich that it's not enough to just construct something that we aspire to build for ourselves, but it's also important to understand what we're dealing with. Sun Tzu, the famous strategist general and Chinese general who talked about the best generals are the ones that know the enemy better than the enemy themselves. So that kind of develop strategies with the knowledge and awareness of who we're dealing with, who are we up against. And I think some people are also mentioned in the comment section that love might not be sufficient. You might need to have some stake with you. So that's also, I think Niger also talks about it at length about building security. And I was doing a quick Google search yesterday, comparing the defense spending of Netherlands with that of Ethiopia. They spend about over $800 per person Ethiopia spent 4.3 or $4.4 per person on defense per capita. So the per capita spending, or even countries that are not geared toward war, it tells you that their organization, how they run the structure of oppression, the organization of oppression is something that we need to understand in order to break it. In addition to humanizing, in addition to fighting the dehumanization and the humiliation of Africans, we also have to figure out a way of deconstructing and delegitimizing the world construct built by Western powers. One is dangerous for themselves as well. It's not just dangerous for us, it's also dangerous for them. I don't think the danger is only toward us. It's self-inflicted kind of danger as well. Oppressor doesn't have ability to envision a future. It only wants to sustain a past. It doesn't envision a future. It envisions a past repeating itself into the future, because it wants to sustain. So I've said too many points right now, so I think that should be enough.
But I remember what I wanted to tell you guys. Sorry, Nati.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to tell you guys. To be honest, I think people really don't care about who's ruling a country. People only care about getting their needs met. Is when these people come from the Western world and Europe and America to come contaminate people's culture and contaminate got us separating ourselves by shades and all hair texture and all different type of foolishness that if you sit down and think about it, you wouldn't do that if nobody in their right mind would actually sit down by themselves and think to myself, let me kill that guy. I just mad at that guy because his hair texture, his skin color, his language is different from mine. It's some deep-rooted type of evil that these people has done to this continent. They touch God's eye and they think that they'll get away with it. But in order for us to get these people off of our backs, we have to stand up straight. That's what we have to do. We have to stand up straight and make our presence known here. That we won't allow them to just come into our continent and do whatever they feel like. Like I heard one of the IMF chief or whatever was going to the Congo the other day. And I said to myself, we have so many problems in the Congo ever since they assassinated Patrice Lumumba. What is she going there to do to talk about she helping us to manage our affairs? They've been doing that for centuries. How come they can't help us yet? It's because they're not trying to help us. And we have to start to put names to faces, because we can't allow them to do that anymore. We can't allow them to do that anymore because they're the source of our problems, and we can't look at them as politicians or professionals or some people who are untouchable. We have to stop looking at them like that. When somebody hurt you, it's only so much time you can say ow before the person end up killing you. Do you guys know what I mean?
Yes.
It sounds like my chemistry teacher always told me, when you have a problem, you have to grab it by the hand. We can't play with these people anymore. We have to grab it by the hand now. We have to tell them, you are the source of our problem, and you are not allowed here until you change that behavior. Or if you can't change that behavior, don't come back here. If you come back here, then we don't have to deal with you, like how they deal with us over there. What they did, I always have to go back to what they did to Gaddafi. What they did to Gaddafi is still a scar on my memory, They asked this man to give up his weapons as a show of good faith so that he could join this so-called international community. And just like George Floyd, they tied his hand behind his back and they stepped on his neck. And they think that we are going to forget that. We can't forget that. Nowhere. But you guys go ahead now.
Okay.
Can I say this?
I'll say good afternoon.
Hello.
Good evening. And good morning for some of you.
Hey, Mickey.
I've been listening on the channel. Francis has got a great point. And also, Israel, you point out a few pointers that are really concerning, and especially Francis at the end. But let me go back to Fasil, where he stated we are discriminated or oppressed based on our color. Okay, not only we're oppressed and discriminated by color, but even our continent size is discriminated. We have the largest continent, just not, it's always been large, but we are large. We're not even represented in the geography. They will want to make us even smaller when it comes to the continent. One good news is for all Africans, you know, in fact, for all human beings that came on Earth. You know, Xavier gave us the free will. As we arrive on Earth, and he created us on Earth, is by free will. He never forced any soul to be born here and there. He's got a lot of, there's books that mention those things and explain that. But the free will, all Africans, all humanity has it. If we have the free will, what is your understanding and division among ourselves? Like I said, you question yourself first. Each individual African citizen should ask what he wants to see at the end of the tunnel. What kind of light you want to see? What kind of understanding are you willing to share? Are you willing to love? Are you really have the empathy among your neighbors about your daily life? Now that we know we've been discriminated by color, then we don't discriminate ourselves based on religion, language, or race, gender. All that has to be cleaned up. As you said, we need to clean our house. You start with each individual, collective people that can march us in the right directions. But again, they will try to divide it in any which way, by giving you money, by corrupting you, by corrupting the leaders. These are the things that we need to start cleaning up our house. Watch our leaders. Which way are they going? Are they sympathizing with the EU or the Western world where we can get more baton on our back? And Francis, he brought George Floyd. George Floyd is a symbol on how Africa is. They are stepping on our neck. Where he says, I cannot breathe, it's exactly where Africa is. We cannot breathe. We say no more. We need to breathe. We need to understand our movement. One Africa is not easily obtained. We have a lot of work ahead of us. But it starts with each individual citizen, African heritage. Everything that you have African, you have to be.
Big man, Biggie. Could I just say something for 1 second?
Go ahead.
Supporting what you are talking about. Feel me?
I hear you.
We need a set of codes. We need an all African set of codes. What I mean? How to treat black people. We need a set where every tribe, every African should follow, including any foreigner that comes in our land supposed to abide by codes too. We abide. One of them is don't put your hand on any black people. No black people put your hand on any black people. Feel me?
Yep.
Because we too arrogant We arrogant. And the worst thing is our arrogance is never displayed in front of Europe. Our arrogance is always displayed on our own selves. So the police is very arrogant. Once he get the job, he think he got this position to take your money and disrespect you. You understand? It's like you can even be on a backpack where there's no cameras. There's why you not safe? Well, why if you like say something that objective or you understand? My you mean? So it's like, where is our moral standard? What is our moral standard? We need to ask ourselves, how are we making these people? All right, we need to ask ourselves, right? Do you think that we safe in their place? You think we just safe in Europe? If someone makes you sleep in the street, are you safe? Make you sleep in the cold, are you safe? I mean, if they don't, they have this code where that's how you treat black people. So we need to have the opposite code of how to treat black people. So the man from Ghana goes in Rwanda or goes in Ethiopia, and he gets
We cannot hear you properly, brother. Can you fix the mic? Guys, can you hear him clearly?
I'm sorry. Are you hearing me any better?
Yeah, partially. No, we're now it's better. Now it's better.
A lot clearer.
It might be my data.
No, okay.
It might be my data. Sorry. But we need to have. We don't have any type of It's like we need to have something where you don't kill black people. You don't put your hands on nobody black. You understand? You don't want to see nobody black homeless. That's supposed to be impossible in Africa. You don't want to see nobody hungry. So in what you call it, Kenya, you have a set of people in, I think, northern Kenya that's affected with a drought. Where is our team? Where is our team? Our brothers are affected with a drought. Where is our team? Where's our response? We need to have major responses for these things. We need to stop acting, oh, this happened to you, it's not happening to me. Come on, we need to stop all of that. That should be part of the black code where we looking out for anyone who is falling by the wayside, and we go gather momentum to go solve that problem. You feel me?
Yes.
We should a whole bunch of African kingdoms should have been offering their services to Abiy right now. We should have been offering our services. Let me tell you something, man. The way to unite us now, we gotta control. All right, we gotta control the African Union. Listen. Every African leader should work at the African Union. None of them should work in their country. Until your term is up, you get vacation to go to your country, but your term should be spent at the African Union there with your other African Union partners. You gonna make decisions that don't disturb none of them. So everybody's there making decisions to benefit each other. But these people in this little country acting like they're the god of that country, the god of people. You understand? It's like these people acting like they have their own backyard, and it's their own backyard and going, we need to cut that stuff. And he's doing anything to anybody and nobody knows or nobody cares. No. We need to stop all that stuff. We need to get involved. We need we need to, we call it, or in, what you call it, infiltrate education system anywhere. We need to be paramount, just like mathematics schools. You feel me? So when a leader, or how can you have a leader that don't know African history? What are you for? How can you have a judge that say he judging people you know African history? What the hell that is? You have a stupid person. That's how I see it. And you have a stupid person leading you, because this dude don't have no reference to go by. He's not using a historical reference to live and move forward. So we have idiots. So the only way to get rid of that is infiltrate the education system, solve ours, and implement education, history education on the level of mathematics, with the level with mathematics and reading and writing. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is like is Ikan, right? We were talking earlier, right? Ikan, chatting. I was chatting with you a little bit in the chat
This
room.
is like Empire.
You were mentioning a few
Oh
things,
yeah,
and
I
I
told
think
you I was jumping on in a minute.
I love the point that you made. I think like you know, it's high time that we actually you can mute your side so that it doesn't
Okay, I'm
repeat.
good now. I'm good now.
No, mute. You have mute. No, mute. Yeah, like click on the mute so that it doesn't bounce back on everybody. So yeah, so like, the points you can made, like you know, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I think the urgency of it is what I want to highlight. The urgency of taking on, you know, you mentioned the drought taking place in southern Ethiopia, the Borana side of Ethiopia, on the Ethiopian side and the Kenyan side, also including Somalia, where they are experiencing extreme amount of drought, and that we Africans have to say no black person, no African of any African should suffer for because of who they are, where they come from. I mean, we should stand up to
Yes.
any kind of suffering, any kind of. So I agree with you, and I'm sure a lot of people here agree with you. And but this platform is about raising the consciousness, and I think your contribution
Yes.
would do a
Yes.
lot. I mean, go a long way in raising that consciousness.
Let me say this again, all right, to Ethiopia. You all need to take care of Aroma, the Omo. Why are we leaving our people out? Why are we doing that? We need to integrate our people and stop acting like they're different. We have too much animosity around us. I mean, listen, you can't expect you can't expect people to be like, oh, we should have what you call it, love you. We should not think of you. You don't think about nothing. You understand what I'm saying? We need to address our people's demise. If our people is in a declining state, we need to formulate ways to make our people rise. If any one of us it's like the weakest chain in the link is the strength of the chain. So we can't afford to have weak, what you call it, perpetuate weakness around in our communities. That you can sit there and make your brother just go down. If we need to cut that stuff out. We need to make everything that's happening to another affect us. Stop trying to be friends with the crackers. I mean, them Europeans. We need to stop giving them so much affection when you're not giving your brother real affection and attention.
I mean, one of the reason why Abiy is in the situation he is because he's beginning to address those things that you're talking about. And so,
yes, I understand.
And that, as a result of that, they figured, you know what? And you know what they say? Like, they figured, that's his weak belly. Ethiopia's weak belly is this small, power-hungry, greedy elites who have lost their power, and so they figured, okay, this is our entry point, and they entered that way. But you talk about the issue of Oromia, the issue of Sidama, the issue of the South. We've had more of the constitution that these TPLF people left us been implemented by Abiy's government than has been implemented in 27 years of their ruling. I mean, they said that they gave us a constitution that we're running. Abiy is running the constitution they left behind. So we have two new states that have been established over the past 3 years. And these two states, when they asked their constitutional rights during the TPLF rule, they were met with massacre. They were met with genocide.
Excuse me.
But during Abiy's time, they were given opportunity to conduct referendums, establish some self-rule and autonomy that allows them to feel like they're part of the community of Ethiopia. So Abiy's struggle is that he's confronting the states. Now, there's a point that he made that is important that needs to be stressed here. The rest of Africa. So you have to mute your side so that it doesn't disturb the audience. So if you mute it, then what I say doesn't repeat.
You have your channel on play. Please mute it.
Mute it. Yeah.
You have two channels open, so you only need to be on the live stream.
Okay, I think he just dropped out. I think he's. Yeah. So when you have YouTube and this StreamYard going on, and if you leave it on a Bluetooth speaker, you also so the point I wanted to make was Abiy is in the middle of this because he's beginning to confront these issues that have been plaguing Ethiopia. The tribalism, ethnicity, it's not about the subjugation of one tribe over another. It's more like a transcendence. So his vision, we can hear you. So it's more about the transcendence. So you have to mute. You have to mute your side. So when you're speaking, you can unmute.
I'm just using my phone. So I'm just using my phone. So there's no other line, but I'll mute.
Okay. Perfect. Now, so you said something that I wanted to stress. Is a point that you made. We need to support Abiy. Not because he's a perfect leader. Nobody is going to be a perfect leader, because he is addressing those issues that you talked about. How do we create a new world order for Ethiopia that is reflective of the diversity of point of views, experiences, identities, and passion, aspirations? How do you construct that? And the TPLF side is the one that...
Let me say this.
Okay.
Ezra, look at this now, right? Ethiopia should stop looking north.
It's not. It's against that. That's why it's in conference.
Wait, man. Wait.
Okay.
You see, I know what's going on. A lot of people even calling themselves white. You understand? So I know what's going on. They're mentally associated north because of colonization. So what I'm trying to say to you is Ethiopia only deal with South Sudan, Chad, parts of Niger, and South. You feel me? Congo, all of that. Because we have to have a code. Who don't like us, we don't deal with at all. In fact, we want to strengthen ourselves to get rid of who don't like us on our land. You feel me? So Ethiopia should open borders with South Sudan, Kenya, Australia. See me? People that associate themselves with you, you have to relax too. You understand it? So we have to find our own conglomerate and our own. You feel me? That protects everything black. You feel me? All the owners of Africa is to be protected and make transfer with. We have to do it. I mean, look how they.
You know what they're saying right now. You know, Ethan. You know what they're saying. They're saying that Abiy is using Pan-Africanism. This pivot that you're talking about. They're saying that he's using it to circumvent responsibility.
Listen, say yes.
That's what they say. No. Like, Ethan, did you hear it? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
So Abiy is pivoting to the direction that you're talking about, and those Westerners are saying that he's using it to circumvent accountability.
And I say we should, and yes, and I say yes, and I say it is a good way to go. They worried
but
when
no,
they mentioned
is he trying to circumvent? Is he trying to circumvent responsibility?
To Africa.
No, I'm saying this right. The West is saying that, or whoever is saying that, Prime Minister Abiy is using Pan-Africanism. Well, that's a good idea for Prime Minister Abiy, because that's the answer for Africa. Regardless if he's using it on whatever way, because better we are a little positive instead of negative. So I don't care. And people mention that, it means there's an impact.
Yeah.
It means Pan-Africanism and love for Africans, love for, and have Africa having its own stuff is bothering them. And I say, bother them. I say,
I can, brother. Can I respond?
Yeah. Let's have introduce yourself, and because I only see R on your name. And by the way, Mika is a little bit. By the way, Mr. R. By the way, Mika is a little bit under the weather.
From Somalia.
He's gonna be in the background. So when you come in, just say your name and then go ahead. And there are other people that we know, but I think Icon is a new audience here. But Mr. R is also a new audience. But say your full name and where you're from, and then go ahead and respond.
This is Dr. R, and I'm from UK.
Okay.
Welcome to the platform. Go ahead.
I just want to respond to Icon. Have you ever been to Africa? Like, if you don't understand the situation in Africa, like, you can't really speak about it if you have not visited that country. And second of all, Pan-Africanism is foreign to Africa. It mainly originates from the New World. And Abiy, he's using it for his self-interests in what's going on in the war in Ethiopia.
I mean, you're making points.
Justified. No, I mean, listen.
Before you answer, let him land on his argument. So we don't want just pointers, like, propaganda pointers. We want people who come in with robust point of view, even if it's different. So robustly defend your argument, And so you made a couple of points. One is Pan-Africanism has no roots in Africa. And two, you said Abiy is taking advantage of Pan-Africanism to circumvent accountability, responsibility. So defend it. Make the
I'd like to
case
rebuttal that one
solidly.
after as well. I'll beat myself.
Okay. Go, Mr. R, Dr. R, please go ahead and defend and at least robustly lay out your case.
Yes, the point I'm trying to make is if you look at the history of Pan-Africanism, it has got nothing to do with Africa at all. Like, it originates mainly in America, like how black people wanted to go back to America, or I think with Marcus Garvey.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is it originates from the New World, and Africa has never been united as a continent since it's a vast continent.
So let me ask you a question. So you are tracing the articulation of Pan-Africanism, the root of articulation of modern Pan-Africanism. But do you have any evidence of its lack of its absence and non-existent nature prior to
There's never been non-existence. There's two kinds of Pan-Africanism. There's the foreign Pan-Africanism.
Give me a reference point. Give me a reference point that tells me that prior to the Caribbean move, prior to those African Americans and blacks outside of Africa, prior to that, the evidence that there was no Pan-Africanist movement on Africa. Give me evidence of that. What is the evidence to tell you that? I'm not saying it existed, but you say it didn't exist. But what is the evidence?
You don't have no evidence. Anybody that loves anywhere in Africa, I mean, that's black, is a Pan-African. You was born in Africa, you automatic is a Pan-African because where you was born, you love. That's how I see it. If you love your neighborhood, if you want to see Accra developed, if you want to see Addis developed, or some other parts in Ethiopia, if you want to see Mogadishu developed, you are a Pan-African. Because the development of Africa.
But define me what Pan-Africanism is.
No, you're talking about modern Pan-Africanism, modern contemporary Pan-Africanism was articulated, but not just by Caribbeans. Kwame Nkrumah, who's Kwame Nkrumah? Who's Jomo Kenyatta? These are people who are African origins who also met up with the Caribbeans, who discussed it. But you are erasing slavery didn't exist and colonialism didn't exist. Yeah, that's what you're saying. In 1835, a European who traveled across Africa said Africa has a highly developed culture, a highly developed sense of self. And in order for us to do something to win in the battle against Africans, we first have to deconstruct this sense of self, this sense of identity that's so strong, that's so robust in Africa. These are historically documented. I mean, for you to come and say that it didn't exist, yeah, because it was erased. It was intentionally erased. The only place that remained any sense of Africanness was in Ethiopia because of most of it was preserved.
Thank you, Ezra. Thank you.
Can you repeat what you said lastly? Can you repeat what you said?
Let me give you an idea. Do you know the Mursi tribes?
Can you repeat what you said before?
Let me give you an idea. Do you know the Mursi tribes in Ethiopia? They would have been eliminated under colonial rules. Do you know those tiny, small minority groups that are preserved in Ethiopia that have kept their way of life until even up to now, not dressed in the Western clothes, still painting their face? That would be considered savagery according to missionaries. And they still exist in Ethiopia right now. Even though Ethiopia in and of itself was a form of an empire by itself and had expansionist tendencies like Europeans, but was not a colonial power.
Well, your country did. Your country did. Your country was never colonized because you was friends with the Europeans and you had weapons from the Europeans and you colonized other tribes.
No. You know what happened? Do you know what happened in 1896 when Ethiopia defeated the Italians?
Let me tell you something. You're Ethiopian, right?
No. Let me give you an idea. Do you know what the Europeans said Do you know what let me finish this one. Do you know what the Europeans said when Ethiopia defeated? There are newspapers articles you could go in South Africa and Europe. You know how they describe the Ethiopian defeat, Italian defeats at the hand of the Ethiopians? Oh, they had to be white people. They cannot possibly be black. They cannot possibly be black to defeat a white army. That was a notion pre-1896, where the notion was black people could not be full humans. And then post the Battle of Adwa, it's a different narrative. That's the genesis of the Pan-Africanist movement. That okay, we can actually defeat. We can actually constitute a unity here. Another element of Pan-Africanism you don't seem to understand is that the Pan-Africanism is not different from Pan-Europeanism or Pan-Americanism. Pan-Africanism is about unity in economics, unity in politics, unity in military, so that we can come together and put together our forces together so that we can battle poverty, we can bring educations, we can solve our health crisis, we can solve our poverty, mental poverty, intellectual poverty, emotional poverty, and material poverty that is pervading across Africa. That's not, so are you telling me that Pan-Africanism doesn't have any origin in Africa? People will relate with poverty. A lot of Africans, there are 700 million Africans.
Originates from Western, in the Western Hemisphere.
Qualified.
Order.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Nati, please come in.
Dr. R. Can you explain? Yes, you've said that Pan-Africanism started outside in the Caribbean. Why did it start?
Contemporary Pan-Africanism.
Excuse me. What was the objective? And just give us what you think, what your thesis is, so that we will have a good conversation about it. Thank you. Dr. R, please. Dr. R?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is Pan-Africanism, the Pan-Africanism in the New World and the Pan-Africanism in Africa are not the same. Like, Pan-Africanism started off in the New World, in the Western Hemisphere, by those of slave descent, in the Caribbean and America. And from what I know is Marcus Garvey wanted to take back his own people back to Africa, but he should have focused on building up the Caribbean instead of going back to Africa. And with Pan-Africanism, it originated like what? Colonialism, the colonial era. Like someone must have mentioned like people like Sankara, Lumumba, many others. That's what I call a real struggle. That came from colonialism. But the Pan-Africanism in the New World is absolutely alien and has got nothing to do with Africa at all.
So Caribbeans have nothing to do with Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Can we please?
No, I'm talking about the struggle is different from the struggle from Africa.
So why is it a Pan-African movement? And if at all, if it has nothing to do with Africa, can you rephrase or name the struggle something else? Why is it Pan-Africa? Why is it that the Caribbeans, instead of building the Caribbean, wanted to come back? What was the reason behind it? Was it that they were felt unwelcome? Was it that they were forced to leave their homeland? Was it that it was against their will that they were taken, not as explorers like Livingstone who came to look for Victoria Falls? Can you elucidate on this?
That's a different topic. That's a different topic for another time. With the Caribbeans being taken out of Africa.
No. It's a good time right now.
The child that is taken from his mother as an orphan will cease to be the son to his mother. The people whose freedom has been taken away and they were taken as a manpower elsewhere don't you think they cease to be an African for wanting to come back to Africa? Or do their struggle make them any different? Or do they become automatically Caribbean when they arrive there? These are the nuances that we need to take a look at.
Even if it's forced.
The Back to Africa movement.
It's sad. They're welcome to come back to Africa, but at the same time, what happened? At the end of the day, they are not my people, and their struggle is not my struggle.
They were in captivity. Excuse me. They were in captivity, and they were not welcomed. If they were welcome, they would have been welcomed to stay where they are. They shouldn't have been taken home. I mean, taken away from home.
Listen. First of all, wait, boss man, just 1 second. First of all, I'm black, and I can declare that I'm a black man. Mr. R might just be a little Arab, and he is not black, so that's why he's saying that it's not. But them might.
Why did I say? I said that you're not putting words into my mouth, my brother.
Can I elaborate on the point? I really miss the name though.
1% of the time.
Well, what I mean is, I actually think it's the same, because even during the Ethiopian War, there were African Americans and people from the Caribbean that were either supporting the war, helping them with either finances or fighting in the war. If someone fights for your independence, don't you consider that like someone that's a part of that country? Or plus people from the West Indies and people from the Americas and people that are African, we mix our cultures when we're in different places.
Yes.
So it's hard to say that you're not united, because I don't think that's actually true, because I've been among Africans, I've been among West Indians. At the end of the day, we're all just black people of different culture that just mixes it together, just like any other place.
To me, Mr. R's point is a very lazy intellectual attempt at distracting yourself, and dehumanizing yourself, and delegitimizing yourself. It's self-inflicted wound on your part. And then anybody who thinks that way, who believes that way, that you concoct this notion that there's no Pan-Africanism before it, and you constrain the definition of Pan-Africanism as if it is is set in stone. We are talking about a different era. We're not talking about the era of information and a movement of ideas. Nobody knows how people pre-colonialism, pre-slavery, how Africans communicated with each other, how they interacted, how they created history. We don't know. But the other element that Nati just pointed out, these are people who were forced in part by Africans who participated in the transfer, in sending of Africans into subjugation and objection. Ridiculous to think that you don't have, your struggle is not my struggle. In fact, anybody's struggle. Anybody. If you are a white person, let me tell you, if you are a white person and then you are oppressed somewhere else, it's my struggle, because you're a human being. It's not there's a continental Africa struggle and a Caribbean separate struggle and an Asian struggle and Indian struggle. It's any human being on this planet that is subjugated, dehumanized, delegitimized, and degraded and humiliated because they are a human being, because the color of their skin, the content of their mind, and the nature of their heart. That in itself is a danger that we as Africans have to, as part of fighting for the liberation of Africans, we're fighting for. We're not fighting. Pan-Africanism is not about, it's not a project to colonize Europe. It's not a project to colonize other people. So I think if you come here and have a point of view, at least don't be lazy about your point of views. And lazy intellectualism is dangerous. It's as dangerous as a well thought out, well crafted manifesto like the Nazi manifesto, the Mein Kampf. The main
Look
so
at
this
this.
is
Look
equally
at
bad.
South Africa. Look at South Africa. South Africa's liberation, I think we play a major part in it. We boycotted a lot of South African stuff that they're trying to go on with over here, and we sing a lot of songs against their agenda. We was doing a lot of stuff towards the liberation of South Africa. You feel
That's
me?
a good point you mentioned about South Africa. One thing I'm going to say, how did the South Africans repay the other Africans who liberated them? Those South Africans till this day are ungrateful.
It's a work in progress. South Africans don't even control South Africa. They work
No,
in
but with South Africans today, yeah, let me tell you something. The average South African couldn't even give a damn about other African countries. Like you had countries like
Do you have
Somalia,
data?
Ethiopia, Nigeria that played
Do
a
you have
role
data?
in their liberation and giving them financial aid,
Dr. R,
passports, and
do you have
That's
data?
let
not
me
true though,
finish. Let me
because
finish.
even
South Africa
go
today
ahead,
are
sorry.
ungrateful people,
Mr. R,
and look what they're
Mr.
doing
R,
to Africans
please,
in South Africa.
you are painting an entire population with one brush. It doesn't work like that.
Well, the majority, I'm sorry, but the South Africans that I've
What's the
spoken
majority?
to are
There are a lot of
xenophobic. They do
Africans.
not.
There are a lot of
Hold
Africans
on,
who are in
can I
South
go for a
Africa.
second? But that's not even true though, because Julius
Ezra.
Malema, he's in the EFF, and even he stopped the other political party groups from sending Zimbabweans back into Zimbabwe because he wanted them to have a better economic future in South Africa. So that's not even true. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yep.
Guys, just a point of reminder. When we are discussing stuff, let's separate the argument from the person who is arguing. That's one. Two, let's avoid haste generalization, because we're talking about breaking prejudices, and sometimes putting all the people in one pot would come out as a cultural or personal prejudice. So when we make an argument, let's make it in an objective way possible. So far, I would give to my brother with the African map and the flag. Sorry, tell us your name. We couldn't even know your name because there was chaos. Please give your input.
My name is Ronald. I was on here the last stream.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yes, Ronnie. Yes, I remember Biggie was calling you Ronnie. Please go ahead.
I don't really have much of input on this one. I was just chiming into the conversation. But as one thing that I did have is I really think that language is another issue, because for example, if I'm a politician and there are people that don't speak English and we're trying to have a communication, like if we're in the African Union, I would have to learn five different languages in order to bring it together. But that was the only point that I had on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of the thing is that we need to do is develop the technology for translation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Because there's so many advances in language translation, so we can implement, very kind of live translation approaches. Like there are definitely tools at our disposal. If you come together, we will have the ability to mobilize the resources necessary to do those things. Not just the material resources, but the intellectual resources necessary to resolve some of the tensions that emerge as a result of unity.
Yeah, and my brother with the soldiers icon. Sorry, please.
Star Wars. Yeah.
The Star Wars. I'm really. Please introduce yourself, and please.
No, I'm just.
He was here yesterday too. So.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm just listening, so you can continue. I'm just here to listen.
Yeah. Very good. Then
Biggie, I think should be next.
Our argument, because the Dr. R was giving before before hell broke out. Dr. R was giving a point. I would allow him to continue with his point, and please let him finish so that we address point by point. Dr.
Give our panelists a chance to speak.
Anyone to go ahead?
I think Big E has been quiet, so let's go for Big E. Big E, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Yeah, let me just say a few things. I want to apologize to Mr. R because I try to keep things intelligent, and especially when it comes on to black people, I will relent and say I'm sorry. You feel me? But I do not back off from my enemies. You feel me? Yeah. And I'm talking about Arabs and white people, because I'm not gonna like say, oh, just because they next door, I'm not gonna say nothing. That you understand? Because these people, both of them, is Africa's downfall. They are Africa's downfall. We can't even work stuff out without them intervening. You feel me? So, who is on our necks? White people and Arabs. Call it out. That's it. Now we have issues, and we not perfect, but we can't get to work anything out without these people overburdening us with whatever. They have the system, they implement stuff for our downfall. And we sit here sometimes acting like we don't want to call the enemy enemy. Or we don't want to act like we have enemies. You feel me? So if someone is willing to watch you starve, you feel me? Just like how they did the Ethiopians back in the 70s, these European people formulate strategies for our people to suffer and watch us suffer. Feel me? Now listen, we got to get rid of these people hands, chop their hands off of our business. Take their hands off our business. Isolate them, or isolate ourselves from them and formulate straight defense for us and us alone. We also need to be greedy to say that we want all of Africa. And we could have took Europe if we wanted to. We could have took Arabia.
Can I interject? Can I interject what you said?
No, sir. I'm speaking. Just hold on for a second.
No, with Europe, would you say the same thing about Europe? Because the Europeans were never united.
Yeah.
For example, can I give an example? How comes Europeans? Can I give an example?
Big mute.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Biggie.
Yeah, he heard. But what I'm saying is, right? We back in time, Egypt controlled the Mediterranean and Saudi Arabia and all of that stuff, right? But we never killed them out. Nothing's wrong with what we did. You feel me? We was educating them and all that stuff. But we never had no type of, what you'd call it, brain control. We wasn't trying to control people. So we allow people to live. But look, these people do not want us to learn our stuff. What benefits us? These people, both of them, both parties, those people, they don't want us to be smart. Is we gonna just chill out? Because their, because listen, they took our concept.
Now you're going over the top now, my brother. Now you're speaking nonsense.
Listen, they took our concept of thought and creation and used it on us by not teaching us what they learned from us. All right, look what Rome did. Rome withheld education from Europe and caused it to go in decline. Start selling salvation and education. See, that's how they is. You feel me? That's why the Moors had to educate Europe the second time. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So because of them using knowledge to destroy people, that they use our knowledge to destroy people, and that's what destroying us now. You feel me? Imagine we don't even know that we should love our brothers. Like we don't know that. Well, why are we questioning these things? Who you think caused that? You know what I want? I'm asking the Eritreans for a second. I'm asking the Eritreans to ask Rome to tell us the truth about Jesus and Ra. Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Icon Fire. I would like to give the chance to Dr. R, because he was intervening in the video, and I think he has some boiling point. And remember, guys, this is a platform where people discuss and respect one another. We don't have room for mere exchange, and that can be done in other platforms. Mr. Dr. R, please.
Yes, I just want to respond to Icon 5. He talked about Europeans and Arabs. Let me tell you something about Europeans and Arabs in Africa. They are absolutely irrelevant. And you talk about Africa's downfall. Africans were never united, just like the Europeans. Like, for example, if you look at the history of Spain, the Muslims ruled it for like, what, 400, 800 years? How come the whole of Europe was never united at that period? It's the same with the Ottomans, how they controlled most of Eastern and the Balkan areas for that period of time. How come the Europeans at that time were not united to kick out the Ottomans? Because they didn't care for one another and they were fighting one another in the name of religion. And I can apply that to Africa.
I don't really understand that part. I mean, what the Europeans have to do with the Ottomans? It's like you have Christians and you have Muslims, right?
For example, the Ottoman Empire invaded Europe, its neighbors. The Europeans didn't do nothing.
All right, what I'm trying to say, yes, look at this, right? Look at this. When they cast out the Moors, they was educated. All of Europe was educated.
But the point I'm trying to make is the Europeans, how come when the Moors were ruling Spain, why didn't the Europeans took them so long to kick out the Moors? Because they were never united. That's the point I'm trying to tell you.
Nati, just give me. I can before you respond to this, is like this history class. There's so many holes in the history that you both are bringing here. It will require a whole session to really robustly, back and forth, because the questions that you raised, Mr. Dr. R, very valid questions, and I think the point that Aiken brought about the Roman, the trajectory of Roman and the Moors is also a valid point, but it distracts us from the actual central point of what we're discussing, and might not be enough for us to really interrogate all these points that you guys are making, and try and see a linkage between what you're making and in Africa. So if you can come back to the African component of it, the African element of unity, and Nati's went at length, talked about prejudice and how we should fight prejudice from inside out and also from outside. And those are the areas that we need your assistance and help and addressing issues. So if, for example, Mr. R, can you help us redefine Pan-Africanism in the way you see fit for Africa today? in contemporary today Africa, or not just today Africa, the Africa that we are hoping, aspiring to see in the decades and centuries to come. How would you define Pan-Africanism? Extricate the Pan-Africanism from, let's say, the Caribbean that you claim, and then so let's reassign it and give it an African context, an African flavor to it. So, like, I'll give you an opportunity to attempt to redefine Pan-Africanism, and then also frame it in a way that addresses the issue of tribalism, divisions, and then of course the associated cost of those things, poverty, wars, and sufferings that comes with that.
Right.
Yes,
I'll
respond.
Dr. Anand, this is the exact question that's coming in from the comment section, where they say, what does Pan-Africanism means to you? Not where it started or whatever, but what does it mean to you, and do you support it, and why?
Good.
Pan-Africanism to me is alien to me from a tribal aspect. But when I look at Pan-Africanism, I see it as we are obviously of African descent, and we could learn from one another in terms of culture and ethnicity. But we Africans are too disunited and too tribal. I'm tribal myself, since I'm a pan-Somaliist, not a pan-Africanist. But with Africa, I see with Pan-Africanism, the African continent can come together in terms of like trade, and learn from one another. But from areas like working together from the outside threat or within internal, external threats of Africa, I don't see it happening.
So you see a degree of Pan-Africanism that brings economics together, economics in the form of trade, and in the movement of, let's say, economic activities that relates to people, right? Is that what I'm getting from you?
Yes, trade.
Okay.
Do you support it? Dr. Nan, do you support it?
Support what?
The Pan-Africanism.
I'm not really Pan-Africanist.
Even by your definition. So, like, take everybody else's definition. You defined it a Pan-Africanism that's based on trade and economy. So, do you support that?
In terms of coming together, in terms of trade,
yeah.
In terms of creating trade agreements, whatever country in Africa, I have no issue with that.
No, do you support that? No issue with that, but do you support that?
In terms of what, African trade amongst Africans, yes.
So if Pan-Africanism is defined by you as, something that brings economies of Africans, these fragmented economies of Africa together for the benefit of trade, would you support that?
Yes, because we're in Africa. In terms of trade and exchanging cultures, I have no issues with that.
So now we can add even culture to
amongst.
That. So we can even add culture to that.
But trade
in terms of learning from one another.
Africans only.
Gentlemen,
but I like Mr. R though. I appreciate you, Mr. R. I mean, you are a pan-Somalian, and nothing's wrong with that. You feel me? I respect that. And I would tell my other brothers I respect that, because ultimately you are a Pan-African. It's just, all right, let's change the name. Ubuntu. We are Ubuntu. And let's roll with that. Africa has Ubuntu and the Caribbean has Pan-Africanism. Okay. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
I've got a question for you. How can the Caribbean and Africa come together?
Oh, yes, I love that.
Because Ethiopia has got the biggest airline in Africa, and countries like St. Vincent and Dominica, they offer visa-free to many African countries. But the problem is, if you want to go to the Caribbean, you have to go through the United Kingdom to go to the Caribbean.
Yeah, guess what I'm thinking about? We really need to and I'm glad I'm talking to a Somali person. We really need to start mastering back the seas. You feel me? Because the seas is not owned by no one. You feel me? So we need to master the seas and start looking for black people around the world to trade with and trade education, trade things. You see me? Likewise, we do in individual countries in Africa. You feel me?
Yeah.
So we could make a big hole. We could make a triangle for ourselves. You feel me? Where it's just black triangle. We use the same route and we do black triangle. You feel me? We could invest in cruise ship and cargo ship, and we travel as we please. So if we have an issue with air, we go by sea. That's what I think. And I think
Mr. R, before let me ask you one question. Have you watched? Do you follow this guy, a Ghanaian called Wadamaya?
I've heard of him, but I've seen his videos, but I don't know much about him. I know he's a traveler.
Yeah, have you done the trip he did to Somalia? Like Somaliland,
I've seen the preview, but I have not watched the video.
Yeah, you should watch it, man. Like, I think there's a video that revealed, for me, I know it's very hard for a lot of Africans to see their Africanness from the perspective of their locality, but I saw Africa through his eyes. And I saw Africa like in Somalia's culture, in Somalia's music and hospitality and the beauty of Somalia itself. Something that over the past 20, 30 years, we've been made to think that Somalia is chaos. Somalia is war. Somalia is something that we need to be fearful of. But that video was an attempt at deconstructing that. And this is an African who say, you know what, let me take a risk. All these things that they've said about Somalia, let me see, let's demystify it. And I thought that was interesting. And after that video, I began to follow these other Somalis who travel across Somalia. On Ethiopia side, I haven't seen them on the Kenya side, but I've seen them do it on the Ethiopian Somali side, the Hargeisa Somaliland side, and Somali Mogadishu side too. So there's even though the language is a language barrier, but I began to really become even more fascinated by the things that we don't know about Somalia that average Somalians know, and average Somalians who have close connections know, but the rest of Africa don't know. But when I saw
that's common amongst Africans. Like the problem with Africans and Caribbeans, from my experience, born in the diaspora, they have very little knowledge about each other.
Yes.
If you understand where I'm coming from, that's a very big problem amongst Africans. They get most of the information from CNN, Al Jazeera, Fox News. Actually, Al Jazeera is not too bad, but I do not like some of their coverage. But basically, Western media. If you want to visit a country, because hopefully in the future I would like to travel to the Caribbean and to Central America, God willing, if you want to find out about these group of people, you have to educate yourself. That's what I've done in my 15 years, learn about different cultures. And at the same time, I don't blame those people, whether it's in Somalia or from St. Vincent to Panama to St. Tom and Principe to all over. Because if you have not come across these people, this is what I've learned in my years. They have little understanding.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question then. I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah, let me ask you a question. So do you think Somalia would have been different if Africa was a united state, like a united government, had a united military, united security, united economy? Do you think the fortunes of Somalia would have been different in the 2021? The 1990s was the worst time for Somalia, and then Somalia hasn't fully recovered from that. It's still divided. It's still a divided country, and still the waters of Somalia's coastlines are like constantly being pirated by Western, even Asian, coming in exploiting your sea for fish and even other natural resources. Do you think Somalia would have been in a different state if Africa was there to stand for Somalia, had the strength to say, you know what, you cannot invade Somalia like that, you cannot break Somalia like that?
Again, the problem is with my country was the country fell into dictatorship. Like the only people that can fix the country are the people who live in that land. This applies to any country. I believe that external forces will not fix that country where they might be in the world. It would not make no difference.
Don't you think the external forces took advantage of that?
No, this applies to any country, like whether it's in Bosnia or Syria or anywhere. But the point I want to make is if the people, the Somali people, if they were united at that time and came together when they overthrew the dictator, it would have been a different story. But because of the animosity that happened amongst these group of people, what this regime has done, as what you see in Syria, they turned on each other. And there's also, I don't want to go into long details, but also external forces were involved as well in keeping it in that state. But now Somalia has rebuilt, the country is fast rebuilding, and peace is coming. Yeah. And I've been there twice, and it's developing fast.
That's a very.
I think your other friend is also Somalian. So can we have him say something? Like the Star Wars guy, he's also Somalian. So I know he came in yesterday. Sorry, Nati, for interruption, but he can add in a few things before we move on to the next thing.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm from Somalia too, but I don't think it's just Africa. What was your question?
The question is, if Africa was united, had a united military, strong military that brings all Africa together and has a stronger economy, integrated economy together, like the way European Union is, the nexus between EU and NATO. If Africa had similar things in the 90s or before even the 90s, would the Somalian experience be different now?
Probably. But yeah, probably, but it's not like it happened. So if we look back, we didn't have much support back then, and we did have like a lot of things that happened before too, like the Shifta War between Kenya and Somalia, the Ogaden War between Ethiopia and Somalia. Mm-hmm. So there's been a lot of wars, like recent wars. So, and then the Civil War too. So there's a lot of rebuilding left to do. So,
okay. Yeah, I'm done with my interrogation, Nati. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Where are you from?
Sorry?
I'm from Somalia, but I live in Sweden.
Oh, no, I know you're from Somalia, but you're from Sweden.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's beautiful. And
long live Somalia, long live Puntland.
Puntland.
At this point, I think even though we've drifted from our topic a little bit, but it's good that we keep it at that. But the more we discuss, the more we get more building points. And I like at some point what happened, somehow a bit of chaos, and that's how things are formed. No, the Big Bang Theory gave birth to the universe. Every collision at the end gives life, and something good comes out of it. Dr. R, you've raised some points on Pan-Africanism and the very existence of it. With respect to your own views, I suppose Pan-Africanism, as celebrating common heritage of Africans and African descents, does not reduce itself to the map of Africa that we see today. When I say that, it is by the same right that the Irish Americans celebrate St. Patrick's Day and their Irish identity. by the very same right that you, being from the UK, celebrate you being as a Somali. The same, my brother from Sweden as well, celebrating his heritage, even though he's from Sweden. So Pan-Africanism is the same thing, even though it is a collective effort of celebrating our heritage. It is celebrating who we are and looking back to where we are from. And be it positively or negatively, or external forces, or we ourselves in this century fled into the rest of the world for work, for whatever, we celebrate who we are wherever we are. And since because we are outside of Africa, we cannot be part, I mean, we cannot say that we cannot be part of Pan-Africanism. So Pan-Africanism is for anyone of African descent and fellow Africans to put their efforts together and unite themselves. Now, repeatedly, Dr. R, I hear you saying we're never united. If we had been united, had we been united, unity is an effort. Unity is an effort. And that effort at some point must be taken somewhere by someone. And we decide to be part of that, and we take that step. We have been talking about different sessions about celebrating who we are. It's not to be reactionary. And this is, mind you, fellow Africans, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, there are two things, and this is what I realize even now. People of African descent still systematically are facing segregation. And I am sure my brother from Somalia, Dr. R, you might have come across so many prejudices against blacks in the UK, be it in a speed train, in buses and trams. Some people are subjected to their skin color and they are segregated. And there is one thing that we need to understand: the way we handle situations in this century as modern human beings is to react to it in various ways. We can choose to go in with a punch and face the consequences. We can use that opportunity to unlearn what that person has learned. Sometimes it could be just no reaction at all, so that whatever is expected from you as an African, as a reactionary, as an emotional being, is downwashed. So,
brother, I've got a question for you about that. On the outside of, since I'm assuming we all live outside the African continent, do you see?
Well,
do you see all of yourselves? You live in Africa.
Sorry? Okay. Yes.
You live in Africa.
Yes, I do. I've been in various parts of Africa, and I live here. Though you can go ahead.
Well, for those Africans to come back to Africa, wherever they might be in the world, because my people were spread across the world, if you're aware. And the people that I spoke to, my own people I spoke to, the younger generation and the older generation, the majority of them want to go back home. And I was born in the UK, and I don't really see myself as British because Britain is not my land. Even though I was born here, lived here my whole entire life, I got that feeling of wanting to return. If not back to Somalia, maybe somewhere warm, sunny, somewhere in the Caribbean or somewhere. Because because everyone has got that feeling. My point is, every African diaspora has got that feeling of wanting to return. But the problem is, what is Africa doing in terms of like industrializing, building, offering incentives to those folk in the diaspora to return? Because in Africa, there's too much corruption and there's too much tribalism.
Yes.
What are they doing? And from the economic sense, what do you think of this? I spoke about this in the previous stream. What do you think about remittance to Africa? Like, because I believe there's a conspiracy of Western powers in wanting to stop remittances to Africa, like wanting to make Africans forget who they are and to be assimilated into this diaspora. Because remittances is a lifeline for some African countries.
So I have an answer for that.
Okay, brother, go ahead.
It's the same transportation system I've been talking about, because we don't have our own transportation system to manipulate money movement. You feel me? So if we have our own ships, then we can manipulate transfer of large sums. You feel me? So that's part of how we gotta organize. So I respect Mr. R, but he in the same position as us. Even though the only thing is his parents was migrant. You feel me? But you still got a little disconnected from your origin. You feel me? So it's the same, it's practically the same. You feel me? So but we only safe in art. Look at this. We have an issue in our neighborhoods, right? We don't have no care for blackness. And we don't stipulate that, and we lying. We hypocrites because we're not gonna say that. We're not gonna say, oh, I don't care about the black skin and I don't care what happened to it, and I don't mind seeing nobody head split open or black person head split open. You know, we're not really gonna say it, but we do support that. You feel me? So if we if we don't direct our energies away from that, all right, it's like this. You can't get rid of bad and you can't get rid of good. So ma'at means balance. You feel me? Balance is know when to walk, know when to run. Balance is know who your enemies, and if your enemies strike unjust, then you strike unjust, because out of our action there is the equal reaction. You feel me? So that's balance. So they have us off balance. So our bad energies are directed to us. So there is bad energy, and we're supposed to have bad energy. Nothing's wrong with it, because it's God and the devil. You feel me? But what my art is balance. So don't harm me, and I won't harm you. And if you harm me, expect to be harmed. You feel me? So that's balance. So we need to understand that our anger need to be turned to two sets of people: whites, Europeans, and Arabs. The only two set of people that really offended us. So we cannot be like, oh, I'm gonna give you kindness after you done wickedness to me, in which you never had to, and then you relent. You are relentless about it. Up till today, there is no change. There is no transformation. There is no trying to be nice, nor none of that stuff. So that means these people is not about to change. So we got to balance ourselves and know that we're going to be good to us and be bad to them, because they're not good to us. That's how I see it.
Since Dr. R directed the question to me, I would like to say my point of view, if you don't mind, and I'll give the chance to reach.
Actually, Kuru was trying to get in, and I mean, he's in.
Okay, he's in? Okay.
Yeah. Kuru, are you in?
Kuru's not in. No, it's not. He's not in.
Okay.
He's not live. So Nati, please go ahead. Nati.
Thank you. So Dr. R, you've raised an important question, and you've hit I mean, you've hit the point right on, and it is what it is. And you've mentioned it point blank that you're born in the UK, and you don't consider yourself to be from the UK. There is home somewhere. Uh, I have been all over Africa for the most part. Not all over as in everywhere, but a good number of countries I have visited. I've been to Europe on a visit level, and there is a big difference, yes. Um, if I give you one concrete question, I mean, example, me being in Africa and my friend being elsewhere in Europe or America, of course, they have all the possibilities and opportunities to achieve in a big way what they wanted to achieve. But I'm here in places where power cut is obvious, water shortage is okay, school can close any time of the day if something comes up. But the important question is, if you have this longing that this is your home, you accept first of all home as home. When I go back to my mother's house, I don't expect Wi-Fi. I don't expect consistent power. I am not guaranteed, so I don't demand it. That is my home the way it is. But what makes it home for me is when I go back home, I try to contribute what I've learned, what I've brought from elsewhere, and contribute to the family and to my mother's house. What I'm trying to say is that if we come with an opinion that Africa will never be united, there is a lot of corruption, no infrastructures, security is an issue, it's very difficult for us to come back because we are laying condition, even though we love our identity, and we cannot have the two going on at the same time. So the attitude we need to have at this point is, what must I do for my country? What must I do for my people? Yes, I've learned, I've stayed, I've seen how people live, but if I don't want to go down to my people's level to restart and lift them up, there is a problem. And this is the attitude that we need to change, that we can never get the exact time to come back to Africa unless we come. And when we come, let's not by any means compare and contrast where we've been and where we are going. It's home. It's my people. It's our people. And by the very fact that me being in the UK or me being somewhere else in the Americas, the privileges that I have received, if it benefits one or two people, if it empowers one or two people, that's the attitude that I need to come with. But if I say, well, if I'm demanding the same demands that the UK citizen and the Americans demand to come to Africa, there is a problem. The second one is security. Security, there are two forms. Security as a country collectively, violence, terrorism, and whatnot. And I'm telling you point blank, I live in Tanzania right now, and Tanzania is labeled at a level for no-go zone. And it's a beautiful country and peaceful. I have never experienced anything so far. But the Americans decided to say it is not secure. But how secure are our people when they are walking on the streets of Harlem, on the streets of Chicago as a black man? Even those who in London, you know, I have Jerina, my sister, who call herself the Black Londoner. You know, no matter how you're born there and you have no idea where Africa from, you are still subjected for a certain segregation, and that makes us think. So security, if it is all about external factors and infrastructure, they have it all, but the security of the mind, the people feeling secure everywhere they go, they can contribute to the rest of humanity despite their color, their height, and their race, is still not secure. And that makes me think twice. I sometimes ask myself, if I am one of those African Americans in the US and a policeman does something to me, I think I would be shot dead, because with the temper that I will have, because I would feel infuriated. But they are used to the system. Sometimes they are immune to the system. That's what we want to undo. So security is never, we are never secure as Black people, as people of African heritage. I'm sure, my brother, you are a Somalian. I'm very sorry to say this, but I need to say it because it is even in the minds of many Africans that when they think of Somalia, they think of Al-Shabaab, which is a prejudice that we want to break today as we talk. When they see a Somalian, they think of terrorism. This is a prejudice that we need to undo, even as Africans. Everywhere when I go to work, I meet with various people here in Tanzania. Some people, because I am brown in skin, they think that I am a Muzungu, a white man. I tell them, no, I am an African. I'm from Ethiopia. We were never colonized. We fought for our identity. So we are Africans. I explain. If I choose to insult, if I choose to shout, that is the path I took, but it won't build Africa. But I know that these people are saying simply because they have no clue where I have come from. They have no clue that my youngest brother is very dark. So I tell them all these realities. So we need to teach our people as people who have seen the world. We need to teach people how united we are as a human person. So I have said a lot, Dr. R. I would like to
Nati, can I add a little bit, one just dimension to it? The other side of the flip, I mean, is that you also, as young people who are living in the West, you have to see what you see as what it is. The Western powers is a crumbling empire. It's a falling apart empire. It is devoid of new ideas. It's devoid of innovation. It is only innovating on consumptions and materialism, and is struggling to sustain that. It is in that stage. The train is being derailed. So you look at exactly as it is. You from UK to Germany to the US and even to China and Japan and all these countries that have constructed this pseudo-modernism of the past 100, 200 years, they are now in that stage where what sustains it is in peril. The climate crisis is going to be affecting primarily those in the northern hemisphere. They say, "Oh, the poor countries are." Yes, we're going to be affected, but we're going to find a way to adapt to it because we are already in poverty. Most of Africa is already in poverty. 700 to 800 million Africans are living on the edges of poverty. So it can't get any poorer than that. So what you have to understand that the new ideas, the innovations in climate, the innovation in technology, the innovation in digital world, the innovation and the creativity juice, the juice of creativity, the juice of the future lies in Africa. Young, vibrant, excited, interested, passionate, not burdened by their colonial imperial system. Africans are not burdened by that. We have this so-called trapping of modernization, but only the few elites, the educated, that experience it. Most of Africa doesn't have any clue what's going on with the rest of the world. And it's not encumbered by the burden of industrializations. So we can create an industrialization that's suitable for 21st century. We can create tourism that's suitable for the 21st century. We can create digitization that's suitable for the 21st century and the centuries ahead of us. We can create a narrative for humanity that is suitable, much more palatable to the vast part of the world. Like we're talking about the South, from Latin America to Africa to Asia, somewhere between 1.3 billion to 4 billion people. So we have an opportunity. So young people, so it's like, and this is adding to, I'm not detracting from what Nati telling you. Like, I'm currently in the US, but I've been since 2001 back and forth, different projects at different times in Ethiopia and Ghana, my experience tells me Africa is on the precipice of breaking through into a new era. And not just Africa, it's taking the rest of the world with it. So,
Can I ask the panel something?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask the panel to like we all around the world, are some people all around the continent, especially the continent. We need to start organizations. So I would say like start youth clubs where in the evening times when people who just graduated or something go to youth clubs under an oath called saying I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa, and we have fun stuff and we have teaching stuff. You feel me? So start youth clubs around Africa where you know that's the man on the ground thing. You feel me? We also need to protest against what you'd call it, total Western education. We have to protest against the lack of history in education. We have to formulate our own African curriculum and protest for that to be implemented. So we have to understand that we need to stop what you'd call it, raising not so smart people. You feel me? We have to think about that real bad. Like, how do you stop people from not being smart? How do you make our people smart? By teaching them about themselves, because a good character is a smart person. Anytime you get people having great characters, having self-esteem, having like you make a people don't see themselves as, or don't see anybody else as anything what you'd call it powerful. You see, because the education system that you want to be when you have is when the youths grow up, they don't even consider what you call it weakness. You feel me? All they gonna see is their African strength and their African pride and their black pride. You understand? Let me show you a picture, right? Imagine every army in sub-Saharan Africa is standing up in line and saying, I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa. You don't think we gonna feel safe with an army like that and a police force like that considers us that way, that swears to our security? Something like that I think we need right now.
But Africa is not only black.
Right. And it's like this. When I say black, it's like this. People that is mixed, right? People that is mixed, they have to say they're black too. If you love Africa, if you love black people, well, say you black. If you say you not black, what color you is then? And who you prefer? Well, if you prefer them other people and want to be them other people, well, we enemies. And that's how I see it. You feel me? We have to draw the line somewhere. You feel me? So if you are a family and you love us, say you black and you love black people. That's it. You feel me? Because, okay, if you don't like us, well, go live with them. Go live with them, because I want to know if they love you, go live with them.
They live in Africa.
Yeah.
But the main fact that these people that is mixed living around us, and we accommodate them, then we deserve your loyalty too. That's how I see it.
One thing I would say.
Let's acknowledge Ezra here. Let's acknowledge Ezra. Sorry, before you go. Ezra is the manager right now. He's taken over from Mika. And, first of all, apologies. It was in the middle of the heat. I know Nati was supposed to lead the way as Mika was taking a little bit of because he's coming under a cold. I also have a little bit of a cold. But Nati and I supporting Nati. We've done a little bit, but I think you can take over from now on. And so hand over. Nati, if that's okay with you, we'll hand over the running and the operation of the discussion to you. I think Biggie and Rich and Naja haven't spoken.
Please, by all means. Ezra, welcome.
Welcome, family. Yes, as Prof. Ezra has already said, that Mika has just asked that I step in and stuff. Don't think I just removed them and added myself. And interesting topics, and just something that I think sometimes when people say things about either other countries or other people, is also not understanding where other people are coming from. And I think sometimes it's best to ask why somebody thinks like that, or why do you think, because I had a question or something that was it Dr. R that he mentioned, but he's not here to answer for himself. There's things that he said about South Africa that I wish he was here to ask. Maybe as a South African, I can't represent the whole 60 million people, but from some people, at least I can say certain things that I know or I've heard, and I can tell maybe from that perspective of what I heard, or from myself as well as maybe as a South African, if there's any prejudices, and sometimes it goes both ways. We know that there's been things that have not been good coming from South Africa in terms of other South Africans not treating other Africans well. That's a documented fact, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it or anything like that. And I can say it's not all South Africans. I can try to it's a minority, because if it was a majority of 60 million people, I mean, a lot of people will not be in South Africa. You still ask yourself, South Africa is still the most diverse country in Africa in terms of even Africans and people from other continents. So I think one needs to take, it's not something you can just brush or let's look at one-sided or watch a news article and conclude. Sometimes there's more, and when you look at platforms, there's few South Africans who are on public platforms like YouTube. And those who are there, sometimes they are not into politics the way some people might think. And but I wish he was here to engage and ask, because sometimes I don't want to ask without the person really asking the real questions, and sometimes we can now break it down and maybe show him the other side as well. But in terms of what's his prejudices, I think it's something that is not just about countries. It's also been people, fellow countrymen, people that stay in the same country, having even sometimes prejudices about certain things. But it's also stereotypes. Some things are repeated, and they come across as that. For example, the xenophobic issue, for example, if I may put it that way, if I may open up to it, because I know some people want us to talk about those prejudices as well. And it also goes both ways about bad treatment. Sometimes it's something that happens, and you find that a certain portion of society takes it in another way, or they feel that they want to solve an issue in a bad way, taking arms or killing people or looting people's shops. But if you look at it historically, and you look at South Africa's structure and as a country, how South Africans were, if you look at some of the things that are happening, it's a cycle of things, how they resolve issues. and it's sometimes not even on one end of one issue. Even how they resolve service delivery issues, if municipalities are not being run properly, how people are even resolving it. It's sometimes bad. It's not something that even South Africans agree to. Like, for example, I'll just put something about.
I don't think you have to explain all of that, bro.
No, I'm just browsing. That's why I'm not gonna go deeper. That's why it's better when people ask questions. But I think there is also that notion that South Africa is a xenophobic country. It's not a country that embraces a lot of Africans. And I beg to differ, because South Africa is a very diverse country, and if it was not the case, there wouldn't be a lot of people from different places all over the world, including this continent, living in this country and still coming and living in this country. And there are a lot of people who are really tolerant, who've opened up to people, who are supporting a lot of people. And if I can tell you how many people I've been with today of different nationalities, just today only, you'll be shocked. I think I've been with so many people, maybe around 4 or 5 people from different countries, all different countries. So, and it's within a small space. I'm not talking about even having to drive or whatnot, interacting and stuff. So I think the more people, as now we are opening up, it makes things easy to learn more about other people. Because
Pastor, none of us is better. None of us is better. You don't need to explain nothing like that. None of us is better. We're all the same thing. We terrible people. We are being taught immorality. It's all around. So when you see we act in this type of ways, we even can't even blame ourselves, because the indoctrination is so rampant. All right, who controls South Africa television? I doubt it's black people. You feel me? These people are giving us what they want. I'll tell you something about America, right? You hear this whole bunch of gangster songs, right? And aggression against black people. Black people spewing out aggression against each other. Why you think that is? You think black people distribute music? You think black people make music play? Black people don't have no control over what plays. So if you hear a whole bunch of gangster music, the instructors, the pipe, who pays the piper? You see who pays the piper? They decide the tune. So them is who the white people is who putting out gangster music, black and black violence, because you never hear black and white violence in the music. You never hear them aggression against white people in the music. You think black people don't?
Can I stop you a little bit? I'm sorry to stop you. We want everybody that's here to have a say. I know your points are very valuable, very important. But is it okay for others to drop out?
I'm going to drop
don't drop out. No. We're not chasing you out. I just want to make sure.
I understand. I'm going to give my other people.
Okay. So, because they have strong point of view like you. So some of them even agree with you. So
I have no problems with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say to you is,
sorry to interrupt there, guys. I can fire. We will give you some chance to respond. I also want to just give more people. I'm not gonna continue further on from my side. But if there's questions, I will answer them. I will also want to acknowledge my brother Niger and Banju Lessons, my brother from the Smiling Coast, and my brother from the Giant of Africa, Niger, and then we'll come back to you. I can, and then we can go to Yaya, and then obviously Nati is our chairman. I'm just here to put the order, guys. So please
don't forget Rich.
yeah, Rich, our brother from St. Kitts, Rich, we love you, brother. It's always a pleasure seeing you.
I'm sure more
Niger,
people want to come in, so
thank
I'll
you.
just drop out, and our next program I'll maybe come in. Okay, I don't feel no way. I'm good. We good. This
We love you,
our
though.
war.
Okay.
Okay.
We love you. I can.
Black love here.
I kind of lost where we were, but can maybe we give is it Rich who came first or is it Niger?
Big E has been waiting to.
Big E. Oh,
so
sorry,
the order is
because
Big
I
E,
only got in the
Big
middle,
E,
guys. Sorry
Rich.
about that.
The order is Big E, Rich, and Niger,
Then
and then of course,
Abdul.
and then Abdul.
Okay, cool, sorted. Biggie.
All right. You know, a lot of point taken, a lot of Pan-Africanism. Nati came with about the education part, about religion and all that. It seems like at one point there's so many things that we touched outside Nati's scheduled time. So we apologize for taking the time on your. We learned it. That we thank you so much for delivering the information. And out of that one small question, it just after that it just keep on going on a different level. So what I would say is, as panels, you know, we just need to really keep an eye on the subject that we have and elaborate on the subject. After we complete that particular subject, then we can move on to another one. Otherwise, a lot of things been kind of sidetracked us from the moderators aspect. You know, Mika was sick. You know, he's under the weather. Well, wish him well. You know, that's one thing. And Israel's kind of under weather too. I wish you well. But one thing that I would say in the general answer, but there was a question for Dr. Anand or Dr. R from Kuru about, you know, if you want to go to, as a diaspora, you know, where to return, he wants to be in place, in a warm place and everything. But there was some question that we wanted to raise, but unfortunately he disappeared, but hopefully he hears us. And if he comes back, I would definitely ask him that question. And then we talking about, you know, the African power, meaning we have to be inclusive for all African that lives abroad, and including Black Americans, because they did a lot of struggle, and they are statistically identified the power that they have, but still having to struggle with this time. We're still 21st century. We're still suffering in the U.S. with racism, and it is so difficult, really, to this thing is happening. So we make sure that our diasporas and as well Black Americans and really, really could help us, because do you know that Black African American spent $900 billion a year on goods and stuff? So if we really want to make a difference on our quest, right there is a statistics that's already out there. So as far as I know, they're Black and we are Black. So we can collaborate when it comes to sanctions, when it comes to, say, we got a racist company, we boycott, we got power. I just want to tell you, it's $900 billion just in United States. So imagine for the rest of the world, what is our buying power? Do we have power in controlling the economy? Yes, we do. It's just when we apply it, we're not going to use it. Just the Western world puts a sanction on you, you have nothing to say. We can put a sanction on something that we don't want to purchase, and we pass it on worldwide. But first, we need to have a solid, straight line on what we want to achieve when it comes to One Africa. There's a lot of history behind. There's a lot of things that's there. There's a lot of prejudice. There's among African itself, among blacks, we got our own prejudice, but that is also you accept it and try to teach it what can be better, because we're supposed to walk as one, and that is the power that we have right now. It's just how to exercise our power. Already showed yesterday from tomorrow there's a meeting in the EU against Ethiopia. Basically, everything was invited, but just few African countries, and they boycotted it. That shows the beginning. I sent out a link on the One Africa forum. That shows already our movement is going in the right direction on protecting one another. So we have so many things to achieve, big mountain to move, and we should really adhere on this platform to really have an understanding and respect on comments, and maybe I don't have the understanding of certain subjects, and maybe I got the wrong information. And this is where we're going to gain information. So we got to adhere on what's been said on per day established agenda. So that will really give us something accomplished at the end of the day. Right now, if you tell me to wrap this meeting, we just got the understanding. I have so many broad information. It's not conclusive. It's not what I came today after I listened to Nati. So I can see some of the comment that's going on, and people going all over the place. So I just want to say let's stay within the framework that the information is supposed to come in, and then question around that information. Let's not go sidetracking, because we cannot condense all that information. There's a lot of information that is being put out today. That's what I have to say today. That's my opinion, my observation.
Thank you, Biggie. Thank you very much for your contribution. And it's a pleasure hearing from you. Can we go to Mr. Rich? Rich, can you hear us? Okay.
You just subscribed and joined, by the way. I want
Rich
to.
is on
I don't
and
know.
off usually.
He's still at
He's
work, I
usually
guess.
on and off. He's at work, so he has explained himself. So probably we just text him on the private chat before we invite him in, so that he's aware that he's coming in. We
Yeah.
can proceed to
I did.
tonight.
I'm doing that as we do.
Okay. While we wait for Richard, I think we can go to Niger.
Hi.
Hey, Niger. So
Welcome,
good to see
brother.
you here.
Yeah,
Good to
thanks
hear
for
from you.
having me. And yeah, I think I would like to second what Big E said about the African American aspect of the community. And there is a lot of they have been brainwashed to think that Africans are rubbish, and we don't like them. Actually, some of them believe that Africans sold them and we don't like them and stuff like that. That we never wanted them. And I've been engaged with them for quite a while, and because I actually believe in some of the stuff Big Easy said, because I understand, and that the African American part of the family is quite significant because of their proximity to power. And you understand, everybody knows that when you are standing close to a candle, it's easier to obscure the light and shield yourself from the heat than when you are far away. Because if you put a finger there to obscure the light, but if you are far away, you can put your whole body there, the light will still shine. So African Americans have that advantage because they have proximity to the most powerful country in the world by quite a long shot from what you hear about. And so they are very important, not only financially important, they are diplomatically important, and they are also this in security. They have security relevance too. In Big E says something about sanctions. So those things are very important things, and this is what nations do. You know, in America, this year they passed a law for this thing, the Asian hate crime or something like that. And the African American community, they didn't even get the police reform bill due to the death that was coming due to the death of George Floyd. So you can see that our community, we try to flex our muscles, but the states and the establishment doesn't yield because they don't want to yield. We have to make them yield, and this is how things work in the world. You have to have power, even if they like to think that they hate Asians and all the rest of it. They are against the Chinese, but most of the people that were being attacked were the Chinese, and they passed a law for them. So it tells you that even when they say that you are your enemy and you still have power, you still have influence in the corridors of power too. And Africans, it's been a serious malpractice that we have a close cousin there that we are not relating to at all. It's only Ghana and maybe Gambia and a few other West African countries that are actually welcoming them back. Yet these people left Africa, at least from half of the landmass of Africa. They left, and they are all over the world. And we never made any effort to reach out to them. It's really weird that we decided to just. I guess we have a lot of issues to contend with. That's partly to do with it, and I'm sure the powers that be don't want us to try that nonsense. They will tell us, mind your own backyard and don't communicate with the Americans. They will consider that, or they will put it like that it's internal meddling into their national affairs. But I really think that part of the reason why Africa is still standing today is also due to the fact that African Americans are sitting there. They are right there. They do make up about 15% of the military of the US, maybe even more of the fighting ones, because they tend to put them in the front end of these instruments. So you can imagine if they wanted to do something in Africa, that could get very awkward very quickly. When you have so many black people coming over to kill black people, you never get that kind of stuff. I'm not even sure there's any army that has done that in history before. So this is why if you look at America, the way they treat Africa is slightly different. They didn't invade African countries like the way they invaded Iraq or Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, because that could be a problem. You are going to have problems. You are going to have mutiny, because I know of cases where Muslims that serve in the American military attack their fellow officers because of what's going on in the Middle East. And the Muslims are few in number. They are not that many in terms of Arabic Muslims in the US military. They are not that many. Can you imagine about 13% of the population of the country being from a certain region, and that same nation is invading it? It's like America invading England, or America invading one other European country that has 10.something% of the people from there. So it's going to be really difficult, and this is why I think America behaves differently in Africa. Because look at what Mugabe did. Look at what India did. We gave them so many reasons to come in, but they didn't do the same thing that they did with Saddam Hussein or all the other countries because of that president. And that tells you something, that we don't fully know our potential yet, because we have not used it. We've all not used it. The Americans have not used it themselves, because if they reached out to Africa, Africa will enrich them too. Because the only people that come to Africa to invest are their cousins, or their fellow national, these are countrymen, white people coming to the country. That's the Europeans coming to Africa. They invest, they make a lot of money, billions upon billions. They take resources away from Africa. But the African Americans are there. They are not. They are totally and terribly underrepresented on the continent. And I've had the Liberian minister say that, they wish that, African Americans show up to bid for projects, And I'm sure, even in Kenya, in many African countries, if African Americans show up that I can build a bridge, I have a record of doing it, they will give them a hearing. They will give them a hearing even before a Chinese company. But they are underrepresented. We have billionaires, like, you know, we hear about Oprah, Dr. Dre, and all the rest of it, but we don't see the, you know, like, more strategic industrial black this in tycoons. You don't see them. They like the ones that build, you know, bases, you know, underground tunnels, things like you don't see them showing up from the US. Okay, Dr. Dre sells headphones. The other one makes perfumes, you know, things like that. And I think that is the area that needs to be improved upon. And when in my discussions with them, I tell them, you know what, all this progress that has been made down the ages is all good, but it hasn't changed the fundamentals. Because you are part of a club where you are treated badly, and you have not necessarily changed the power structure in any way. You own, yeah, you are part of it, but you don't own any strategic industry. You don't control any strategic one. Music, fine. And even the music, I can give you 1,001 reasons why they are not totally controlling it. Is it entertainment, sports? Same thing. And it tells you that we have to be careful of falling for, how do I describe it? Superficial progress. Because the Red Indians did make some superficial progress. They signed peace deals, and our African leaders did make some superficial progress with the Europeans when they were coming in. It didn't come in overnight. It didn't happen overnight. It happened over hundreds of years, because they will always come and take more. You're always making superficial progress. You think they are your friends. You're not looking at the calculus, how things are changing. And by the time you know it, they'll come and take more from you. And what we've seen now in America, and most of the stuff we see around the world today, that we think, okay, everybody's equal, you know, everybody's holding hands, is because they have to be that way now. If dynamics changes, tomorrow they find that, okay, nuclear weapons is not entirely going to destroy the world because we can cure it, they will go to a totally different footing. Because people do what they can get away with. It's just that they cannot get away with it right now. And this is why we as a people cannot keep taking it for granted. We have to make our links with the diaspora a bit more pronounced. I know the Kenyan president chaired a conference about the links between Africa and the CARICOM or something. I think it's of the Caribbean islands. But they don't talk to the Americans that much. Neither do they talk to the Brazilians, where the highest number is present. Maybe they are being warned not to do that because they will be considered the internal meddling or within their countries. I'm not sure, but none of them have tried. And the Ghanaian president is the one that has made more overt gestures to them. As a matter of fact, the Congressional Black Caucus went to Ghana and you know, visited the Amina Castle and, you know, all the necessary places that you need to go and observe how, you know, the slave trade and all that stuff happened. So I think that point is very significant. But the reason why I'm explaining this is because I've been doing this for how many years. I've been having discussions with them and, you know, getting an idea of where the African Americans are, how they think about Africans, and many of them have very favorable view of Africa, especially after visiting. Because most of them assume that Africa was like a backwater that, you know, from what Trump described it as, you know what Trump described Africa. They just assume that's how Africa was. Yeah, to an extent, Trump has a point, but the people are alive. They look like you. You know, you all have seen those videos now where some people talk about their experiences when they first came to Africa. More and more of them are coming. Question is, are we going to capitalize on that? Because many countries are not. It's only the Ghanaians are really making an effort. The Sierra Leoneans are giving citizenships to people that can prove that their ancestors are from those countries. The same thing goes with Gambia. Gambia is making some moves, but they've not made it over yet because it could get complicated. Gambians get a lot of foreign visitors. So yeah, let me just try to keep it brief because there's a long story between me and African Americans. We've talked about these things like forever, really. And I that's why I 100% support what Big E said. He's onto something there.
Absolutely. I do have that interaction. A lot of times is they ask a lot of things that why we don't mix. When it comes interracial, it's not inter-black, put it that way. Marriages between a certain group of I don't want to mention countries, but it seems like Africa, the whole of Africa, really got that tendency to keep marrying, your own native. Of course, there's a lot of cross marriages, but there are certain specific questions why it seems like they feel that Africans, we don't like them. It's just unfortunate. I always tell them, we love you guys. If it was not for you guys, we wouldn't be here. Because the fact, even though with their racism and all the things that they can experience, just the fact that they had the civil rights movement, and Haile Selassie came in and encouraged the civil rights movement. He said, "Don't stop until you get your rights." So with that, they relate to Africa through Haile Selassie. That gives them also inspiration for freedom. So I always go back and I say, listen, refer to a lot of information that really African loves you. You are the lost brothers. You are our brothers that been imported sometimes out there, just like goods, and went through slavery and all that. We sympathize that. At the same time, I said, look at Africa until the 60s, still colonized. And I said, I always explain them, go take a time to pick one country that you want to visit in Africa. After you visit, that's when you really can feel the air, the breathing, the people around you, the atmosphere, the welcoming. And I said, there's no African nation that would not welcome you on your first visit. You'll be so impressed that what you see here in America, you're not welcomed within the country that you were born enslaved in. But when you go back to Africa, I always tell them, try that flight. I guarantee you. In fact, I had a challenge. I said, I'll refund you your vacation money if you had anybody that really mistreated you visiting Africa. And I said, they will have a great respect for you for coming in and to see one part of Africa. And if I'm not mistaken, it's across Africa. Africa is a welcoming continent, and will always cater for foreigners. Anybody that comes from outside our country will always like to cater them and take care of them. And it's just a matter of time that we really make sure that they understand we're asking for all the diaspora to come back. And the diaspora to come back, you got to forget the dollar, the euro, and the pound, and any other money that you're getting paid, because your destiny is to change Africa, is to help Africa to grow, to help small children that are, in fact, when you go back, they're not even born when you start activating your being there on that land. And I've done a lot of other information in the past, I told you, but when it comes to Black African American, okay, in fact, it was Black, on your application, it's like non-Latino, for me, when I don't see, African, it's a big continent, but you got Asia. You got Latin America on the application. In fact, when it came into one of my application, it gave me Black African American and all that in Latino, non-Latino, and everything. You know what I selected? I just selected others. You know what I wrote? African. Other. I'm African. You don't combine just because you're black. You have to identify where you came from. So the Black African American apart, even the naming Black African American, and then African, real true Africans don't even have identification because you're just going to be with the same pot, Black African American. So already that triggered a lot of discontent among the actually used to be Afro Americans, and that really changed certain flavors. But at the same time, they said, "Yeah, we got a root, we got a continent," and that came into a bigger understanding. So again, I don't want to take it too long, but at the same time, if you got one drop black, I just want to tell you, one drop, your blood is black, you're black. It doesn't matter. The way, whether you get to be light skin, dark skin, whatever, you got the DNA in you that is black, African, and that's what who you are. Don't get confused. For all my brothers and sisters that think that you've been hanging out with the white and then you think you're white because you really some of Africans that really look when you look at them, they look white until you really understand where they come from. And I invite every diaspora that is abroad with the knowledge that they have. Don't bring just the mind of how you get paid, but the reward that you're gonna get is beyond what you've been paid in the materialistic world. You will get a blessing through blessings and blessing for helping your own people, your own
Can you hear him?
brethren.
Yeah, I can hear him.
I'm the only one that can't hear anything.
We can hear
The quality
him.
has
Any
dropped
comment?
a little bit. The quality has dropped. By the
Oh,
way,
my.
Regis is back. So
Okay, anyway,
Oh,
just to
right.
wrap it up. You can hear me, right? Can you
I
hear
can hear
me?
now.
can
Yeah, I
hear
can
you.
hear now. I can hear now. I can hear now.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay,
it was
good.
my headphone.
Okay,
Yo,
no problem. All right. So
so
basically, I invite and I challenge any diaspora, any African American, blacks. Believe me, you go back home or visit any African nation, you'll be so surprised how much thing that we lack, we don't have. You'll see it in front of your eyes. You feel it, you taste it, you breathe it, and you will understand what this beautiful continent can offer for you. That's all I have to say.
thank you, Biggie. Rich, are you back?
Yes, I am here finally.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead, Rich. Then I'm gonna go to Abdul Banjul Essence, and then Pi, and then A. You know, I think it's AG first, right? But you can go ahead, Rich.
Okay. I just wanted to say, for those who think that Africa can't unite, here is your ultimate. Here is your ultimatum. You either take part in it or you're gonna witness it. That's the only two things that are gonna happen. You're gonna either take part or you'll witness. That's
Are
it.
you in or you're out?
Yes, that's it.
are you
Because
a watcher or participant?
yes, that's it. Because you know why? Because we're gonna have to answer to our children if we don't take part in this, eh? If we don't take part in this right now, we have a small, very small window, and if we don't use it, it's not gonna be until 100 years again until this energy comes back around. I could guarantee you, because the Europeans, they know how to break us down. They know they know when our energy is getting to a point where you're gonna outburst. This is why they put Barack Obama as president at the time when they put him as president. They could have felt the energy was coming. They had to bring somebody to calm us down, right? But that's your ultimatum. You're going to either take part or you're going to witness, because they put Africa on a table in 1884, 85. These are how determined these people were to break us apart. They were determined, and we have to be the same. We have to have the same determination when we're gonna erase these borders. I'm not making joke when I tell you guys about hashtag Project 1886. If somebody don't implement that, I'm implementing it, because we need to erase these borders. And when I say erase them, I don't mean erase them in a way where we start overthrowing governments and we start redrawing maps and so on and so on. That's gonna happen in time. But first, we need to come together with a unity of purpose. We all want certain things. We all want our needs met. We all want peace. We all want our land back. We all want our resources. We could start there. No matter what language you speak and what tribe you're from and what region you're from and where the slave ship drop you off, when it drop you off, all these things are not going to be important when we proceed. Right now, I think that the situation where we're in as a people is like when you compare the diaspora to the people on the continent, it's more like the diaspora. We're both in the same room, but we both have our hand ties and we both have our backs turned towards each other. First, one of us have to make the first move. The diaspora have to make the first move and untie the hands of the Africans on the continent. But we can't do that unless we are in North America. This is why most of these revolutionaries came to North America. They saw the economic power that the Africans in America have. And we can't do it without that economic power, because we need support. We need support systems. We can't just say, this is why I say we need a lot of micro changes in order for the macro change to happen. Because we can't just say Somalia need to join with Ethiopia and fight the war and this and this and that. We can't just say those things, because those things are so far from our reach kind of at the moment, if you guys understand what I'm saying. We have to start with a lot of micro changes, but these lot of micro changes need a vehicle. You need one vehicle and a lot of micro changes. So that vehicle with these lot of micro changes could then push that change, the macro change that we need. That's what we need. So one person have to untie the other first, and then the other person that get loose untie the person that just untie you. That's how we got to start thinking about it. We have to open our imagination and think that we are capable, because we are capable already. We already have the power, man, brethren. We have the power. I could see it, and a lot of you can see it as well. We already have the power to change our situation. What we need, as I reiterate from the first time I met you guys, I said this to you. When we're looking at this problem, or any problem, we have to find the lowest common denominator. So some of these lowest common denominator is that we want peace with our people and our tribes and our regions. We want our land back and we want our needs met. But also, in order for these things to happen, we need a way to collect, store, and strategically redistribute all our energies. If you're a teacher, teach. If you're an architect, build, drop plans for a building. If you're an electrician, you know what I mean? Help the person who is drawing the plans. You know what I mean? But we need to strategically direct our energy now. We can't be scattered, you know what I mean? Because that's how they're picking us off. They're picking us off because we are scattered. We don't have a system. We don't have something that represents us in the world. All we have most of the time is our voice and our ideas. That's all we have, our voice and our ideas. But we need a system that will put all those things in one place and then direct the energy where it needs to be directed. One project at a time if we can. Two projects at a time if we can.
Yeah, Project 1884-85. Please start it and we'll join.
Project 1886, brother.
1886, yeah. Actually, yes. It's post, yeah. It's Project 1886. Start it up and do it. I'm working on Education Forward. myself, working with my former students across the world. I've been on that project for 3 years, but still, it's a growing faith is to change the education. Like fundamentally alter the education from content driven to humanist driven too. So so everybody's doing their project, but I think like this forum has to be it has to be a place where we share. This is my project. Who wants to join me? So if there's anybody out there who's a technologist who has expertise in some technology like coding, software engineering, or programming, feel free to hit me up and link up with me, or even talk to Mika, and then Mika will direct us. And then, of course, Project 1886 is a very important project. We talked about it a while ago. Please reach out to if Mika is and the team here. The forum is a organizing center. So like that's an easier way to communicate to somebody, to reach out to Rich. Please do that, or reach out to him directly as well. And I think there's also a project security that is the security element of it. Is I think Niger is very passionate about it, and I'm interested in supporting that as well. So, but by the way, Abdul is out. I don't know if Isra is still there. Yeah,
I'm still here.
Okay.
What we're gonna do is after Rich, we're gonna let AG and then Pi. Then I'll take it back to Nati and you, Professor. To okay, I think Abdul is back, so I'll give Abdul a chance.
Can I just finish what I didn't finish yet?
Oh, sorry, Rich.
Yeah.
I can finish then. After it's Abdul. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I won't take long. So yes, Project 1886, but at the same time, we need umbrella projects, not just everybody creating their own little project. You see, we can't start. We have a little. Every day we get up, it's like we start a new movement, but there's no movement. Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we can't keep starting movement without movements. Honestly, I don't even want to be the leader of any movement. I just want to see my people rise up. That's all. You guys take the front line, because sometimes I find it very difficult to be diplomatic with evil people like those Europeans. I can't. Like, I just can't. I can't sit down and listen to Madeleine Albright say it was a necessary evil to kill 500,000 Iraqis under sanctions. Like she deserved to be put 6 feet under one time. That's how I think about these people. I can't negotiate with them. You guys who have patience with these people, you guys deal with them to the front and start the movement and whatever. But to be honest with you, I believe that there are some of us that are gonna have to remain underground, and I think that a lot of these technological advancement, they reward you for showing your face, they reward you for beating up on each other, they reward you for cussing out your brothers on the internet. If you look at most of the videos on YouTube with African people that have the most views, they're either entertaining people or they're beating up on their own brothers. That's what I call advanced meritorious manumission. That's what that is. And we need to come out of that hole. We need to come out of that. Some of us, the world shouldn't even know anything about us, because our ideas are gonna scare them. It's gonna scare them to the point that they're gonna look to chop off the head of the snake again. And that's why some of our movements have to be selfless in a way where it provides the platform for people to lead themselves, but we also have to learn how to follow strong leaders. All these things are important still. And by the way, you guys will talk about coding. I'm a programmer. I program every day at my work. That's what I'm working on for my people for the past 8 years, and I won't stop until I die, because I was asking for a problem. I was asking, how do I solve this problem? You know, when I came to North America, I asked myself, when I see the condition of our people in North America, when they tell us from back home in the Caribbean, oh, how we should come up here to live the American dream. Brethren, ain't no dream going on up here, it's a nightmare. So whatever they're telling you over there in Africa and other parts of the world telling you, come up here to live the American dream, there's a dream going on here. When I came here first and I saw this condition of my people, I said to myself, oh my God. I said to myself, there's no way this system here can sustain itself without, once again, advancing towards us in a way where they will break us down and start taking more of our resources. But this time they're gonna do it legally. It won't be a legal act anymore. Slavery was once legal. Everyone knows that. But they're gonna do it in a different way this time. And I said to myself, I started looking for people, reading history, looking for people who tried to solve this problem before. And that's when I ran into Marcus Garvey when I was about to make 22 years old. And I said to myself, why haven't anybody attempted to finish what this man started? It has been 103 years. How do we expect to come out of this if we don't have no support systems? We don't have no economy. We don't have no ships. We don't have no factories. We don't have no shoes, right? We're not making any shoes. We're not doing all of those kind of things. How do we expect to come out of this? We can't. We can't come out of it without these type of things, without these type of support systems and so on. So that's what I've been trying to do for the past how long, and I've been getting closer to it. Every day I get closer to it, and that's my hope. That's all my hope, that even before I die, that we will build these support systems for ourselves so that our children could be free on this earth. We're still in survival mode. We can't think in survival mode. When you're in survival mode, all you're thinking about is surviving. And that's not enough. That's not enough. But, brethren, if I die before, I'm asking you guys for one thing. Only one thing I need from you. All I need is for you guys to bury me in the Congo. That's all I need.
Wow.
Oh, we got you in that one.
Yeah,
bury you with all the diamonds.
Say again?
Send your address.
It's like burying you with all the diamonds in the Congo. That's fun.
Yes, bury me in the heart of Africa. Let me give it a heartbeat. I'll give it a heartbeat since you don't have a heartbeat right now.
Man, you're awesome, man. Ridge, I mean, this is very deep. I mean, it's very deep. And I can see your passion. I can see you flourish. You're talking about security, some of the underground work that you said. And I think this is where we're going to stand together in the creation of our own intelligence. So we'll let the people, we will drive things, but let the intelligence do the intelligence. We're the one that's voicing it for One Africa. And so in this discussion, we're talking the honest truth on what's going on the ground and what's been narrated, the negative way of Africa. And believe me, yes, there might be certain things that they might look for, but again, plainly, truly, this is nothing intelligence, and we are putting it out there. We're discussing about it, and we'll prevail eventually. And I just want to tell everybody that the awakening has started about 7 years ago, and this awakening got cut down to even get it more by this pandemic. The pandemic of COVID-19 came in as a reminder that how easy a human life can go. But at the same time, during lockdown and everything else, it really made people to think it over. I'm talking about it's not just African, this is all global. People start thinking, wow, where I'm at now, because people that used to go to work, they're not working anymore. People that had businesses, they don't have businesses. So this awakening, believe me, it works in our direction of Africa freedom, a total African freedom, economically, politically. This is the time that we demanded to be represented in UN, and this is a big movement. So when it comes to security intelligence, it's up to our leaders to put it together and have a full-time staff that's working for Africa in the African Union. We have an African Union that's established in Addis Ababa. We need a full staff working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, depending on what your job qualification and what you are doing for that administration. So it's there. It's just a matter to push it a little bit, one more notch forward, because the world is awake. People see corruption. People start really understanding that your existence in the world is so short in general, and like we demand more, and we don't want this no more. So there are specifics for this awakening. And Ridge, for what you said, burying me in the heart of Africa. I mean, it's just another thing to take your passion, and I'm so glad that I'm part of this panel and discussion, because I can see people are pouring their heart and time over and over on this podium. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very well put statement. I think he is somebody that has transitioned. You see, some people talk about ideas about doing stuff. Others are willing to put their soul into it and willing to see them their passing and still walk the path. I've said this before that sometimes we have been suffering for nothing for a long time. And there is no more worthy cause than to do stuff for what this gentleman just said just now, because you can't grow up knowing everything that we know of. And you know, we all know the feeling when you talk about Africa in front of other people and stuff like that. He's lived through all that. He's trying to find a path, and he's found it's something that he is passionate about. He wants to really put his soul into it. And I think, you know, the moment he started, he said, I don't care about being a leader. That tells you something. He says a lot about people, because then you've transitioned from just being yourself to being about the idea, the outcome. And from then on, he never looked back on everything he said. He was spot on everything that he has said. And some of the ways, in my mind, we can start changing some of all these things. Obviously, not everything is going to be out in the open. We need to start owning strategic industries. You know, right now, most of the industries we control, I think continent-wide, you can see that we control quite a lot of key industries. We have them, but the concentration is not high enough. On the continent, we know we don't manufacture chips. Microchips specifically. We don't do all those things, and we need to start figuring out how to acquire these things, or because sometimes you don't have to start from scratch. You can just buy up one that already exists. And this is one of the things the Chinese did. They come into they go into Western economies, and the government fund them, and they just buy up Western companies, and that's how they built up their intellectual this thing and know-how up to now. They basically copied until they started innovating themselves. We can short circuit that by getting the resources together. Like you said, the diaspora has a lot of resources at their disposal. We don't even need the African government to literally do anything. If we have the right organizations, we coalesce these resources, invest them in low risk assets, leverage the assets to acquire industries. Because if you have assets, you don't need money. You can borrow money to buy whatever you want. And when you buy the companies will remain there, and they will transfer all the technology and know-how to Africa. And this is how you do things. I've been in the UK when they want to sell like the steel industry. The UK government will come, even if the company wanted to go bust, another international company wants to buy it, the government will intervene to stop it, because they consider it strategic. They don't want to lose that, or at least not lose that to those people. These things, you know, we want to start thinking from that point of view. And I think the Americans will play a big role in it, and the African diaspora that actually left, because they have a lot of resources. We just have to have a way of coalescing it and having it mean something. And it can always start small. And this is one of the projects I was looking to work on. The problem is that it needed about 12 people. And I wouldn't say it's a problem. It's just one of those things that it requires about 12 people. And you need, you know, various expertise to be able to get this to function. And but there's no reason why it shouldn't function, because we have all the necessary skill sets out there. I guess one of the key things that is lacking in most of anything anybody says is trust. And this is why whatever idea anybody comes up with has to be foolproof, has to be transparent as anything else. And like somebody just looking at their hand, having total control over the process. We cannot rely on trust. We cannot rely on egos. And it's not about leadership, it's about outcomes. And I don't think anybody should even own it. And so this is the way we should be thinking about these things. And I believe that if we start doing these things, like if this idea that I have, if I had done it, people will be shocked the kind of change it will make. It will have challenges, but it will make a lot of change. Because right now we know it's possible to make things 100% transparent. Literally, you can make it literally 100% transparent. I don't even know why our governments get away with making things shady. The security aspect, you can make it a bit shady when you are doing security stuff, but everything else can be transparent. The money that is being paid, whom they are paying it to, and it can be transparent. There's no reason why it should be hidden. We go to shops every day. We are being videoed whenever we buy stuff. Amazon has all our credit card and everything. Why are we hiding? Google has more information about us than our governments do. So we can be able to do these things if we come together. And I'm involved in a few projects, so that has also affected my focus on this. But if somebody wants me to brief them and they want to run with it, this is going to be really big if they can put it together. It just needs about 12 people. And if you put it together and it takes off, it will be unstoppable.
Okay, Niger, thank you very much. I'm going to allow Abdul to come in as well.
Before you go, Naja, can you put a link where we can discuss things like that?
Okay. Let me email, I'll send email.
Yeah, send the email.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Welcome, Abdul.
Yes. Good evening, brothers.
How are you?
No sisters today, right?
Abdul in the house. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. I've been listening to the best of my ability. Is my phone's been ringing on and on. Yes. So before I started, listening to the brother from Rich, we pray that you go to the Congo alive before we take the initiative to take you there. While you're not alive. So we're hopeful that you're going to see it in person while you're alive, and the whole continent. So with the African American part, I can I kind of understand a little bit of their plight, just by dealing with them, on a daily basis. I deal with them. I try to understand their psychic, and you see a lot of positive and negative. So, but it's that the idea of us coming together and transitioning, it's possible, but I think it's going to take some time because of time, and cultural differences. African Americans are very disenfranchised people. They've been to a lot. Especially, mentally, psychologically, their perception of, Africans, can be somewhat different unless you're dealing with a small minority. What we're seeing online, I believe it's a very small minority of Black Americans, the 42 million, Black Americans that are disenfranchised and have been subjugated to so many societal ills. I think these people, they will still need some time to vindicate themselves from the struggle that they're still going through. What I realize is that the same problem that we have back home in Africa, in terms of our confidence and perception of, let's say African Americans, when I was back home, when you say African Americans, all I think about is just maybe rap music, dressing a certain way, big jeans and all these things. But then, the same thing also happens with, you know, with them. I think when you talk to them, and their perception of Africans is also is different, you know. And I think this kind of communication is very, very important. You know, it's a lot of negative things that are there also, and there's you know, what we're doing here is a positive things, but I believe this is a minority of the African American community, because of the lack of okay, I'll give you an example. When I started as a freshman in college, it was a lot of African Americans there, and then by the time we were graduating, you know, you can literally count the number of African American males. It was mostly women, African American women. The males were, it was so obvious that, you know, most of those young guys that we started with in the beginning, they were, for some, I don't know, I kind of understood what happened because I kept in communication with a few of them when I was a freshman. But you realize that there's so many other issues that they were going through, and they couldn't make it to that 4 years of college, and that has a serious effect in, you know, their life, the community, the home, you know, single parents, you know. And this is a generational thing. It's just so bad that their perception of, you know, pan-Africanism, or, you know, the level of consciousness sometimes, you know, might not be there. And, you know, the same way we always, you know, I know I'm ranting, but I'm just trying to make sense of like some of these dilemmas and like very difficult things to talk about. You know, when it comes to us coming together, I don't want us to be too naive. You know, it's not going to be as easy, because we on the continent, we're not even getting along. We're killing each other. You know, we have different tribes, and we're trying to make things work. And then we have the different component of, you know, the diaspora community also that we're trying to, you know, bring back home on top of our, you know, mess that we're facing. These are the realities that I was part of. You know, I helped a brother to go to, you know, my country, and he didn't last there, to be honest. You know, he ended up in Ghana, and then he came back home. But these realities, I feel like I failed him. You know, he was not prepared, because he had these preconceived notions about Africa before he left. And when he got there, you know, the realities were not the same. His mindset and what he was thinking and the reality that he faced were completely, is the it was just somewhat of a disappointment when he got to the continent, because he realized things were very complicated amongst the tribes, the mindset that we had, and people were not as eager, as far as, pushing this Pan-Africanist idea. He just felt alienated, like Africans were not really mature to that level. So all these things also we have to also keep in mind, that it's not as easy. And I heard something very interesting from Niger about the proximity of power. It's true. You have a minority. Is again a minor. We're talking about over 42 million people. A minority of them, might have position or access to these institutions. The State Department, the DC or whatever position. But being in the military, in a country like this, you really don't. If you're just an infantry soldier, you're just following orders. You really don't, have power. Power is in the U.S. From what I see, is influences and wealth. And that shows in the Jewish community. Israel is what it is today because of the United States. United States is pushing Israel because they have the Jewish community here is very strong. They have influences. Their lobby, movement is very, very strong, and they have the wealth to back it up. And African Americans don't have that privilege. The business that I'm doing, I'm dealing with them on a daily basis. But you look at the communities, even here in the U.S., the bad neighborhoods, if you want to put it that way, you would see a lot of liquor stores, very processed food, really bad stuff. And you'll see, it's all African Americans. And then you go to the good areas, is, the nice neighborhoods. They would make sure that their community do not have these liquor stores or this kind of processed food that, that would poison their people. And this is, most of these people really do not have access to this kind of influence where they'll be able to help us, back in Africa, unfortunately. I think we have to play our role as Africans and try to see how best we can reconcile our differences on the continent, because we're killing each other too. And that's the reality. We're not, we have to solve these issues, because if they go back home, oftentimes they get disappointed. If I don't know if there's any data or statistic on African Americans that are going back home and assimilating well, but a lot of them do come back home. Even in Ghana, when they had this, program for African Americans, the diaspora community or Black diaspora community to go back to Africa, many of them came back home. Many of them, because the mindset were not aligning together. And it's I'm mentioning all these contrasts and these negative things just so we can balance things out, because we're very hopeful, which is good, but we also, I believe, we have to keep these things in mind, because I've dealt with this personally. I know a brother who went and came back. He's still pro African. But he's not as eager as before. And I just wanted to make sure I at least we need to be reminded of these also, these things also, this reality.
But can I just say something? What was his mission? Because you have to have a purpose, like you can't just land on the continent and think everything is gonna go good. See, when I went to university, I knew what I wanted to do before I went to university. Most people go to university and then find out what they want to do after.
Yes,
You know
you're
what I
right.
mean?
Yes, you're right. So I mean, he just felt like he was an African whose place was the continent. He needed to go back home, and I encouraged that, and I wanted him to do that. And he was even dressing like attires they wear in West Africa. Here in the U.S. He just always wanted to go back. So he just felt it was. I don't think he was looking. He was motivated by any other things other than just seeing himself as a Black person in the United States and knowing that basic history that he came from the continent of Africa, and he wanted to go back, and that was his place. But when he
I'll
got
tell
there,
you.
the reality of what he had in his mind and the idea of unity, it was not exactly what he
Yeah,
picked.
a lot of us get caught up like that. But I'll tell you this though.
Yes.
You see how we need to look at this situation, right? Is that every day when you wake up, you move one step closer to whatever you see, your whatever your destination is, whatever is in your imagination. Don't worry when you're gonna reach it. I see a lot of people
I sold that for 25.
when they I see a lot of people when they think about Africa being united and those things, they get overwhelmed because they think, oh my God, this is gonna take 500 years. No, we shouldn't worry about that. What we need to worry about is what part we need to play. Find your position. It's a cooperation, not a competition. How long it's gonna take to get there? Every day.
This one is
Mute your mic, brother. Mute your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Every day. What the mission is. Every day, you get up, you move one step closer to whatever you're seeing in your head. Don't worry about when you're gonna reach there. One day you're gonna reach, and you won't even realize that you reach, because you're gonna still be walking past the finish line. If you just move one step closer every day, then we are gonna get there at some point. Whether we get there, our children get there, our children get there. The only thing we need to do is to move one step closer with whatever unity of purpose we have in our mind. The purpose should bypass culture, religion, region, shade, everything.
Yes, definitely.
You know what I mean?
I'm in total agreement with you. I believe exactly what you said should be the reality. But at the end of the day, when our brothers from here go back home, or our sisters, it's not you're dealing with two different forces now. You're dealing with yourself and what you can do, but then you're dealing with external forces from the continent. Our mess. You're dealing with different people with different mindset, and within those people, you have different cultures, you have different languages, you have different perception, and all these people would impose even the government, for instance, we had a lady who came, she's in Gambia now, she have this Brexit movement going on, and she called it Blackset, I believe, Blackset, and she moved to Gambia, and she had some great ideas, and she encouraged a lot of African Americans and how you call it, people from the UK to come back to Africa, and she's based in my country. But when it was time for her to get documents, I personally know a lot of brothers who they're not comfortable giving people from outside documents. Even with the land issue right now, a lot of people are upset that it's just we need to synthesize ourselves on the continent. I believe I'm just talking from experience, because we love our brothers. We want them to come back home, but I would not be happy to see someone leave everything that they had behind and come to me in Africa, and then I don't welcome them the way they really deserve to be welcome.
But we don't need everybody. We don't need everybody.
Yes.
Some people are gonna have to follow strong leaders, as I said.
Yes. Even documents, even documentation. People don't have that. To get a document in Africa, in my country, before you can do a lot of things, before you can affect change, you need a lot of, you need papers. And it should be easy. It shouldn't be complicated. But there's, people that look like you would fight for you not to get it. So it's a lot of.
I just want to tell you. I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes with the time or anything. But I just want to say, we are living. We passed that. We passed that world now, brother. You see, we passed that world now, because you know what? You know what started the Arab Spring, what they call the Arab Spring, that ended up killing our leader Gaddafi. It was Twitter that started that. No one had to be on the continent getting papers and all that kind of thing. That stage is over now. This is the information revolution. We could effect change from right where we are in this world. We don't even have to go to the continent to effect change anymore. But we need a place where we can collect, store, and strategically redistribute our energy. We need to connect with our brethren all over the world, because it's not only being on the continent can change things on the continent. I could stay from right here and change things on the continent if I get that kind of power.
I think what you just said right now definitely would for me personally, I think that, because Africans need to see the blessing of having our brothers in the diaspora, because I believe this is all God's plan for the greater Africa in the future. We have Africans everywhere now. We have Africans we have 42 million Africans living outside in the US alone. We have Africans in the Caribbean. We have Africans in the UK. We have Africans everywhere. Even though the way they got here might not be, a normal way of getting here because of slavery, but I believe this is all part of God's plan, for something greater to come. So
that's how we have to.
Yes, but if Africans start seeing, because we're in a desperate situation right now and we need all the help we can. But if they start seeing the benefit of our brothers outside, because our brothers outside, from what I see, they tend to be more exposed to European culture and understand the psychic of how most Westerners are thinking. We really don't. So if they, if they start to understand these realities and seeing how Africans from outside are helping the continent, I think it'll be much more easier when they get to the continent. I think it'll be easier for them to be able to open up and say, you know what, this person did this for us when they were outside. Because, Africans.
Can I just say something, brother?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just say something? You see, you need to be the change that you want. You understand? We can't say we have to wait for the brothers on the continent to look at us differently. There are millions of brothers on the continent that are looking at us exactly how we want them to look at us. These are the ones that we have to find. We don't need everybody. You understand? So we don't need everybody. You need, with the idea that I'm telling you guys about, if I get 20,000 people, I could make moves. Even 10,000. Give me 1,000. Okay, give me 6 people, and I'll show you the power of the 6 degrees of separation. We don't need everybody.
It's called the critical mass. Just what is the critical mass? Tilts the scale, right? It's not, people naturally think is 50 plus 1%, but it's not always like that. Somewhere around 10 to 20% of the population is necessary. Just can do it. Like a very like was you're assuming that I have a sense of agency and a sense of empowerment, a sense of self that I bring to the table, that I can entertain opposing point of views and ideas and complexities, and I can help navigate all of that. So, and I think it's the dichotomy of realizing this is a great vision to have, and the other one is like this is how we navigate to that. That's the challenge for people is to realize vision is something that you see in the future, but operationalization of it is just the nuts and bolts of today and tomorrow and the next day, and then you just break. Like you can't eat an elephant with one bite is another saying. I don't know if it's a good term to use for elephant because we don't want to eat our elephants, but the idea is big ideas takes time, and
Yes.
but you just need the critical mass to do it.
It takes time.
That critical mass doesn't have to be majority.
One more point I want to leave you guys with before I go, and as I say, I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I didn't talk much, but
no, I actually wanted to ask you something. I was waiting patiently. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Actually, you should ask. Rich, before you go, let him ask because he's been saying he wants to ask you a question.
No problem. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna ask is that I really think like as Africans, like we need to know more about CARICOM and how they got like because there's freedom of movement around the Caribbean. Like that's something like because I heard Mika talk about how like I think he said that as a Tanzanian, like I shouldn't have to get a visa to go to a different African country. Like, I think that's really important. Like, if you could, like, maybe not on here, maybe on the WhatsApp chat, like, find someone that knows a lot about CARICOM so we can learn about it. So instead of we just talking about the issue, like, we can solve it and, like, be able to, like, instead of recreating the wheel, like, we have the wheel, like, so that we can start freeing up from this visa required in Africa. Like I'm an African, I should be able to go anywhere in Africa. But yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good idea. And just what I was gonna tell you guys before, I learned about this thing in college. It's called the avalanche effect. I studied electricity in college before. I studied computer science, and when I heard about the avalanche effect, it was like a light bulb went off in my head. I said to myself, this is exactly how life is. This is exactly how everything is. I'll tell you how it goes. Mm-hmm. So there's a component in a circuit called a Zener diode. A Zener diode, it only allows current to flow in one direction. But if you push enough electricity, if you store up yourself, if you store up energy, and you push enough energy to the circuit, the voltage that you push to the circuit breaks down the Zener diode and turn it into a resistor. Now a resistor resists currents, but it allows current to flow in both directions. The Zener diode, there's no exception. And I realized this is exactly how life is. When you want to do something in this life, there are times when you have to sit, store up your energy and analyze the problem. And then you rush into it really fast. And because that way, you get to break down whatever is stopping you. That Zener diode that's stopping us right now from achieving what we want in our head. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? See that Zener diode? The Zener diode that is blocking.
I'm going through that right now.
Yeah.
It's a personal thing. I'm relating personally to what you're saying. Okay, go ahead, please. Sorry.
I'm saying the Zener diode, we can break this circuit. Because life is a circuit. Life is electricity. That's why we have electricity in our body. Everything is a circuit. So now, what I come to conclude now is that the voltage is us. The electricity going through the circuit, the current, that's the currency that they don't want to flow in our direction so that we could achieve our goals.
Yeah.
The Zener diode is the governments that are standing up in our way and preventing us from achieving our goals. Now, I'm not saying that you should overthrow the government. What I'm saying is that we need to come up with ideas that will bypass certain things, ideas that will bypass certain norms, ideas that will bypass governments, ideas that will break down these borders that they put in Africa without actually breaking them down. These are what we need to come up with, and we need to push them into this reality now. We need to push them so that we break down this circuit that they have set up for us that's preventing us from getting the electricity that we need. And with that, I'm gonna tell you guys.
No, I've
keep the
had
energy up.
no. Reed, before you go, there's a. Have you heard of appreciative inquiry approach? It's where you know, like instead of using problem solving approach, you look for open space. So instead of like, oh, this is my problem, how do I circumvent it? You like instead of designing a system to circumvent something, you design a system to look for open space, for possibilities, opportunities. You know, so I used that method when I was building a school in Ethiopia. We're having a lot of problem with the government because the ideas that we're trying to implement was really antithesis to the system they wanted the education system to accomplish. So instead of like directly confronting like the forces of government, we just said, you know what? Let's stay out of their way. Let's stay out of the way and play in the landscape they don't exist. They don't have presence in. They don't have any. They don't touch it. So we did that, and then it works marvelously. In 3 years' time, it became a prominent, like the school right now is one of the most prominent school in Ethiopia right now. And we use that approach of like that's the method I actually implemented. Something that I learned in business school.
Post it in the chat. I'll search it up later. I know, as I say, I don't want to step on you guys too much.
I sent you an email, but I'll send you the framework we developed, an Afrocentric framework that we developed just to test. Just framework as it is. It's not 3-dimensional, but it's framework. But I'm stuck. I feel like the instrument I used said the current is going only in one direction. I want the current to go in multiple directions. So I feel like stuck. So when you said it, it felt so. I related with it because I wanted to scale this idea to Africa level, but I'm stuck. I'm stuck because it's just there's so many variable to it that needs to be included that I'm not aware of. But I know it exists, but I'm aware. You know, the unknown problems. That's where I'm stuck. So where I want so I'm looking at other players that could come in and take it to like breaking the barriers of education. Like how do you do breakthrough education that is not a copy paste of Western? How do you like really like extricate Africa out of that education system without necessarily kind of like damaging Africa? Like because there's a degree of attachment to it, but at the same time there's a degree of inefficiency to it that demands change to it. So I'm stuck in that space, but I'm hoping for technologists like you know, anthropologists, philosophers, you know, and all sort of characters that want to break away completely in that open space approach as opposed to trying to confront existing methods. So I'm preparing to put a proposal to the Ministry of Education in Ethiopia, where the leader of the minister right now is the opposition leader, who is very amenable to new ideas, who's been asking for new ideas. And people have been reaching out to me. People who work in government have been reaching out to me because they've reached out to me in the past before, reaching out to me, come up with a proposal, but I cannot give them a proposal that is not solid and profound. Like, you know, like breaking Ethiopia's education system away from a system that doesn't work. Which is, I know, is a big, you know, it's a topic for a different time, a different discussion, but just want to lay it out here. But I will reach out to you personally as well.
Yes, reach out to me. Okay. You guys have a good night.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, guys. I just want to give Pi a chance to also comment, and then we'll also be giving Nati with his final thoughts on all the comments for tonight and all the contributions. I'll ask him to close for us. I know, guys, we can talk. The problem is time. So I'll give Pi a chance to join us. Pi.
Yeah, one thing that I wanted to talk about is that I believe that we went over a lot of different issues in the last 2 months or so. I mean, I can start going on all the past videos that we watched, and then like actually like writing down what we said, because we talked about a lot of different issues. And at least for me, as far as like what Ridge and what Tunaija was saying, I think we should really learn from the what CARICOM did, so that we can replicate it in Africa. And one last point. I consider myself an African American, but I lived there for 20 years. I was born there, but I also have parents from the Caribbean, and I've also lived in Asia. So I think like the relationship that we have with China at the moment, it's not the perfect one, but we should actually start using it to our benefit, because they have a lot of as far as Singapore, China, and Republic of China, Taiwan, they have a lot of technology that we could really use in Africa to so that instead of like industrialization, like we don't have to use coal as a natural resource. Like we can use electricity. We could use the fact that there's a semiconductor industry to advance the continent. Like we don't have to use a bunch of coal, and then we end up with the same problem the West is having with the fossil fuels, like affecting the birth rates and stuff like that. But yeah, that was my point. Yeah, that's what I had to say.
Oh, thank you very much, Pai. Mr. Nati, our minister, you've had so many comments. I know there's been a lot, even on the comment sections as well. I don't know. The floor is yours.
I don't know if he's still here. Is Nati still here?
Oops, yeah, Nati's. I'm not sure what happened to Nati.
I'm not sure.
He dropped out, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
But I can summarize a little bit of what he pointed out.
Yes, please, Ezra, please, Prof. Just do it first.
The primary thing is, I think, that, like, you know, and for those of you who want to go, who wanted an in-depth of what Nati covered at the beginning of the session, is the primary thing is that we are paying the price for prejudice-induced tribalism, racism, xenophobism, and all sort of divisions that we've weaponized in our communities. And it's not just the Western powers doing something against us, but in large part it is our work and our lack of awareness of our power, our energy, our essence. That is also like recognizing that we are paying the price for the prejudice either imposed on us or the prejudice that we have cultivated and weaponized. So we need to find a way to go past that. And part of that is, you know, coming with a sense of purpose, a sense of understanding and appreciation of the differences that exist within us, the languages that are different, the faith and religion that are different, the experience and the history that are different, the possibilities and the opportunities that ahead of us are diverse and different. And instead of dealing with all these things with some degree of prejudice, but dealing with them with all these diversities, with all these differences, from the perspective of, okay, somebody has something that I don't have. Somebody else speaks a language I don't get to speak. My brother, my sister, she speaks, she knows, she understands, she represents a perspective that I don't have. And the sum total of those differences will create a kind of force and the kind of energy that we need to propel Africa out of the kind of misery that most of our brothers and sisters find themselves in. When I say misery, I think from my understanding, misery is not just the material misery, which is usually the easiest one to pick out, but the intellectual misery, the spiritual misery, the emotional misery that we have either by choice or by imposition have found ourselves in. So, and I'm of the view that prejudice is inherent, it's inhuman, it's human, it's a human nature, but it's something that you have to educate yourself out of, something that you choose to either strengthen or weaken. So either to rely on, to depend on for advancing, narrow interest for power, or for breaking down if you resist it, for breaking down barriers, for opening up roads, for connecting minds and hearts and borders, physical and tangible borders, or visible or invisible borders that we have either imposed on ourselves or other people have imposed on us. So we need, so that I know Nati would think that I'm butchering his ideas. Probably he puts it much better. The Minister of Education will put it much better, much more clearly, much less intellectualized terms and forms. But the simple the notion that he proposed, that we demand and ask ourselves to do better in the way we treat other people, others who have different languages, different tribes, different experiences, different identities, different perspective, and then realize there's a way to connect those differences. And so our work and our project is about connections, making connection between different nodes of personalities and characters and backgrounds, aspirations, and all of that above. So hopefully that summarizes in the most succinct way possible, like the totality of what Nati puts forward. But for further detailed understanding and much more simpler and much clearer understanding, I urge whoever has reached this point of the recording to rewind back, go back to maybe 10, 20 minutes after the session has started, and listen to Nati, nicely and eloquently lay out what I just said. We really appreciate all of you who have stayed this long. If you stayed this long, or for all of you who joined later on, we appreciate that. And I think we also have had other interesting angles, like where we had friends from the Caribbean and Somalis who had very polar opposite perspective on what Pan-Africanism and what's our priority on Pan-Africanism. And I think Icon was actually suggesting that we should have brotherly code, that where we say no harm to any other African person. We have Africans that are whites. I'm somebody who believes that we have white people who are Africans, who have acknowledged and I recognize they are Africans. Or sometimes they don't even acknowledge that they are Africans, but they are Africans, whether they like it or not. But we also have, everywhere, everything in between, different colors, different textures of shades of colors that exist in Africa. So it's about recognizing and acknowledging all of us, all Africans, here at home, in Africa, or beyond, where I'm not at home, but beyond that, but all over the world, we have Africans. And I think my point of view, if you are oppressed, you're an African. If you are oppressed, economically oppressed, marginalized, if your ideas is marginalized, if your perspective is marginalized, that also makes you, you join us in hand with Africans who also have suffered even the most. So I think hopefully that helps. Ezra, if I should do any further elaboration on what we covered, let me know, Ezra or Biggie, because I know Biggie has also been here for a while. So. Hello.
Yeah, I agree that I think someone once said that every African has to swear to be black. I'm not sure it's necessary, because Africa is old, and Africa, a lot of groups evolved in Africa in terms of the traits that they have. There's actually an Africa gene that the Berbers have, and some of the groups in Morocco and all those places that is only African. Even if you look at them, they look like people from Europe and stuff like that, but they actually are Africans. And sometimes we call people that they are from Europe. We forget that Africa was there first, and maybe these people, Africa doesn't have one weather everywhere. They evolve in different parts of Africa, different shades. And so they left out, some of them left Africa, because it's only one group that left Africa out of the major three branches of the human genetic pool. That's the modern humans. So one branch left and the other two remained. So that one branch is still present in Africa today. And when we see that one branch, we tend to ascribe them to the ones that come from outside. It's not necessarily the case. So to say Africans are only black, I think you'll be missing the point, because there are Indians that are darker, actually. You know, that are actually darker than these Africans. So we can embrace Africans, because when you have a family, you know, somebody that's already part of the club, and you try to make them feel like they are not part of it, you're not going to help your community.
Of course, yes.
If you want it to be strong, you have to embrace all the groups that are present on the ground and give them a stake in it. And then you are less likely to be susceptible to divisions and issues within that system. So, yeah, I agree with that point.
Yeah. So, hello, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, Professor, we can hear you.
Yeah. So thank you for Niger for expanding on that. So I think I think I want to also mention Regis' point here before we finish that there are certain things that we can do right now, and I think the borders, the physical borders being the impediment, is no longer the case. I mean, you look at, and one example for me is, you know, you look at Turkey, the resurgence of Turkey as a power today is not similar to the Ottoman Empire physically. It's more an idea of Turkey that is now, you know, competing with Germany and China and all these other countries and becoming a competitive force in the world. And it's because of ideas. I think we are in the era of ideas, and the ideas are much easier to move from one area to another end. And so if we have ideas that work, that make a difference, if we have ideas that go to the heart of needs, not just wants, but needs, what do people need? What are the needs that need to be met? And I think, you know, people can come together and do so many great things. And we should not be limiting ourselves. And you know, young people across the world who are African descent, who have a connection to Africa, like our Somalian friend who wants to go back. There's so many ways you can go back now, not necessarily just physically, but so many ways you can go back and be part of the change that you want to be. Have a connection that is much more deeper and richer. So I think that said, I think hopefully we've covered as much as everything that we've covered in 4 hours, so almost 5 hours. Ezra, back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I think this is a long topic. I think we've touched so many things, and because of time, we're gonna need to cut for today. We're almost over 5 hours, as you said, and let's continue talking. Let's continue. I think some of the conversations we need to also take it within ourselves, in our homes, in our day-to-day conversations, so that the awareness grows and we can all learn from each other as well. So from my side, gentlemen, I would love to thank each and every one of you for your contribution, for taking the time to be here. I know I also just came by default. And so I'm really grateful for your contribution all the time, investing the time to share with other Africans your thoughts, your ideas, and how we can all resolve this matter. And really appreciate it. And for today, I think we're gonna end it here. I think we can end it here for today. And then I don't know if I'm missing anything, Prof. Ezra, Biggie. I don't know if I'm missing anything.
I don't think so. I don't think we missed anything. I think we've covered everything. I think Biggie. I mean, like, I don't know if Biggie has anything to reinforce the ideas that but we need to I mean, it's like I want to add a little. What I want to add is that like is we can do something about prejudice ourselves, and we can do it on ourselves, and by accommodating, by respecting others, by allowing others to find a way to express themselves. I think is part of the work that you could do right away. Listening to other people's perspective and hearing other people, letting them feel like they are respected and valued. Something that is generally not afforded to a lot of Africans, but something that we, as Africans, can make sure that your fellow African gets it.
Absolutely.
True, true.
It's very true. And again, I just want to reiterate that respect of all audience, those that comments also, love one another. I know you passionate out there. As you've seen it, we had a little bit passionate conversation earlier, and it really came to its senses uh, real quick. So I really appreciate that, Ezra. You did a great job. Natia, appreciate that. Naja, Ridge, welcome to the club. Anyway, we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. As we speak, we need to actively play a role on what we can contribute ourselves individually. It's our responsibility, it's our continent, it's my continent, nobody else's, right? So I think we have to have the attitude that goes with it. I'm an African citizen. This is my continent. I want the best for my people. I want my people to be served right. I want them to be helped, healthy, prosperous, and all the other above that we really need for our African youth to understand in what kind of world they're living. We are the one that needs to protect them, that are aware, and make sure that we teach them and educate them the best way of being just as an African and being proud Africans. We don't want them to be stray, leaving the home country through the Mediterraneans and to other different venues to get out of the country, and then being victimized on the route to think to get a better opportunity. So we need to stop that, and we need to think about it very, very deeply. The exodus of African going outside Africa to get a better opportunity. We understand there's suffering, there's certain information we need to gather to help from this exodus, that we can create an opportunity within each nation leaders to keep an eye on the youth, not to frustrate it. At the same time, the youth, don't expect your government that's going to create a job for you. Just think, what can you do to create that specific job? There's a lot of governments out there, a lot of nations that will provide you the finance to fund your project. So keep doing the right thing every day, and the right thing will shine you. You will come above, and that helps your continent. So Africans would have responsibility to really prove our citizenship to the continent. And each of you think about one message I always give you: love yourself before you love others. When you start loving yourself, you love everything that is around it, because love is the same. As one love, as one in the creation. And that's what Xavier is trying to teach us. So I bless you all for listening, for really participating. More subscriber coming in, and I encourage everybody to spread the word, because I'm learning. I'm still learning, and everybody on this platform is learning. So that's how our conversation start. But we need to be very active in a lot of domain. Like Ridge got something, Naja has something, and let's collaborate. Israel has something, Mika has something. So this collaboration will give us a little bit of fruit. So if we are active and did one thing, that will encourage more to join. Thank you so much. God bless you. Xavier bless you. I always said that. And I'll leave it
Amen.
to Ezra to close it. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Biggie, for the wise words. And I would love to thank Fact ZD for always reminding us, guys. Please subscribe, like, share, and let's get the channel growing. Let's get the word out there. And you'll be shocked that so many people are watching us. Even influential people are watching us. But time will come when they'll join us and they'll have more courage to speak. And I just want to thank His Excellency Mika for the opportunity tonight to be with him. And we pray that he gets well soon, a speedy recovery. And Prof. Ezra as well. I also pray for your speedy recovery, that whatever irritation you're having, we pray for healing, and that you can quickly start making that bread. Make more bread.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, no.
We need that bread, Professor.
Yeah, I know. Definitely.
And I would love to thank our brother Nati. I think we lost you at some point as our chairman today. I was just the moderator, guys. Hence, I didn't really speak much, but it was just a small piece where I just had to say something. But hopefully, we can have another part 2 of this session. Where Nati can go through the comments and obviously add his insight and stuff. And yeah, as you guys know, that as a family, we are a family that prays, and we've allowed everyone. You can pray in your own way, your own language, and yeah, and I think I'd love to reiterate as well what Mika said the other day, that we need to pray for this continent. We need to intercede for this continent, and we need to work hard in building this continent. No one is going to build anything for us, but we need to start moving. We need to start doing something. As this generation, we need to start changing things around for the future generation that's coming, not to go through what we had to go through, or even worse, experience the worst of that time. So we need to make sure that whatever has not been dealt with from our previous generation, we will start now to rectify those mistakes and cut the umbilical cords and start a new life as Africans. And yeah, family, you can join us in prayer in whatever way possible, wherever you are. And yeah, from me tonight, I'd love to thank God for this opportunity again. And we can pray, family.
Okay.
Thank you, Heavenly Father. Thank you for this day that you've blessed us with. Thank you that as brothers and sisters, you've brought us together from different nations, from different places, from all over the world, to discuss ways to resolve our matters and resolve and build this beautiful continent of Africa. We just want to thank you, our Father, for this time. We thank you for the wisdom that was shared amongst our brothers and sisters. We pray that each and every one will go in our different places, wherever we are, that we may go and build, we may go and share this knowledge and help each other. I pray, Heavenly Father, for your love to reign, Father. I pray that our intentions will remain pure and we'll have the good intentions of doing what is good, whether with people or alone. I pray, Abba Father, that whatever we do, may it grow, may it multiply, may it bring glory to your holy name. I thank you, Abba Father, as we are going in different places, that in whatever that we do, that you bless each and everything that we do, Abba Father. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
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 Amen. Amen.
Yes.
Wow.
All right,
Thank
Isra,
you.
time to go to sleep.
Yeah,
Time
5
to-
hours.
Yes.
I know you guys are still
You're
in the
always beating the
afternoon.
overtime. You still beat the overtime and the
Well,
Sakuba.
it's already Friday in Africa.
My lord.
Yeah.
For
I
most part of
know.
Africa, let me put it that way, not everywhere, but East,
Yeah.
Central, they're already on
Most part of
Friday.
Africa. Yeah.
Back to Future. Put it that way. We can see the future
Yeah.
through Ezra.
Yeah,
Every
you know.
time. Every time.
It looks fine though. I like the future.
You
Right.
know,
The future is good. The future is good.
Really good. It's really good.
it's really
Thank
It's
good,
really
eh?
good. Yeah,
It's
we can
really
see because
good.
the future, like a few hours from now, yeah, it's good.
Yep.
So
Thank
thank you
you.
guys. I'll see you
Have a
guys
good night.
tomorrow. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Good night,
I
everybody.
love you, family. I love you guys.
We love you, Ezra. You know that. Excited
Thank
to
you,
bless you.
Biggie.
All right, bud. Bye.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, family, for joining us tonight. It's been really a long topic, and because of time, there's so much, and others didn't really get enough time. But please try to join us as early as possible so that you can have more time to share your thoughts, share your ideas, and we still have another great show as usual. 8 p.m. 8 p.m. East African time. 9 p.m. East African time, 8 p.m. Central African time, 6 p.m. More West African time, and obviously 7, 8, 9 hours if you're in the Americas, USA, those places. And please join us from all over the world. I see there's a lot of people that also just are always on the comment section. It'll be really nice to see you joining us on the live stream, and we'd love to hear your voice. We'd love to hear your thoughts because a text is so limited in terms of some of the things that you're trying to portray or try to enlighten us with. And it's always great for your support, family. We really enjoy your support, and we are really thankful. Continue liking this channel. Continue keeping this channel growing. Let us reach 200,000 before the year end. So please, family, continue supporting us. Continue spreading the word with everyone all over the world. And it is really I enjoy this as Africans, as we are. This is unity in action. This is what we need as Africans, to interact more and share more of what we know, what we need to do as people. So thank you for your support. I just want to say we love you, and we don't love you because you support us. We love you first as people. We really love you, and the support is just an extra thing that we really also appreciate. We really, really appreciate your support. And from my side, in closing, it's a shalom from my side, and let's meet again today, tomorrow for some people, but let's meet again same time, same place. Swahili Nation, One Africa.